Coughing, Tsunade Senju awoke and opened her eyes, only to see the wet wooden boards below her as rain fell all around. The thick smell of smoke filtered through her nose and the crackling of burning timber filled the air. Pushing herself up slowly, she winced as a blinding pain flared through her side and fell with a small scream. Clutching at the pained area, she felt the sticky wet sensation below her fingers and pulled away, looking at the digits only to find them covered in her own blood. With labored huffs, she fought through the pain and managed to sit up, half dragging and half sliding over to a small wooded wall not too far from her position. From there she was able to move the bloody cloth from her lower torso and found the bleeding stab wound dangerously close to her kidney. Already feeling weak, she focused on her wound and began to heal it. It didn't take too long, but with the pain in her side slowly numbing, she became aware of the various others that littered her body, far too many to heal but none that were life-threatening. Wiping blood off her chin, she sighed and looked up at the blackened sky, ignoring the rain that fell to her face and stared at the glowing moon for a moment until she turned her gaze to her surroundings that had been her battleground not long before. On two sides there were walls. The mansion she was now had a 5-story section on one side, a 3-story section in the center with the top being a large wooden deck, and the other side being the same as the first. It had been a beautiful place, but now it was partly destroyed and burning in some places. The rain hit it, but as she looked around, tears fell from her eyes as she slowly reached into the collar of her shirt and grabbed a simple green crystal necklace from between her large breasts. "You can rest easy now," she whispered before her voice broke. "I killed him for you, Naruto." With tears in her eyes, she glared over to a broken section of wall that had been covered with burning wood while the surrounding floor and wall seemed to have been sprayed with blood that dripped down the painted wall. The pile of burning wood that had fallen from the upper section of floor when she sent her opponent through the wall suddenly explodes outward without warning, sending splinters and amber flying as derbies was thrown in every direction. She had covered herself with one arm as it happened and paled when she looked again. No! Walking out of the hole was the man she hated more than anything, clothing destroyed and covered in horrible burns that still steamed and sizzled. His chest was bare and covered in wounds which were only made worse by the burning flesh. His head was now bald and scared, but despite the pain he had to be in, he smirked at her with solid black eyes and bloody, broken teeth behind busted and burnt lips. "That hurt a lot, you know," the male hummed as he walked over with a noticeable limp in his step. "It's been a while since I was burned this badly." "No, no, no," the busted blonde cried. "Why won't you just stay dead, you son of a bitch?" The man chuckled. "Because I still have things to do in this world, princess." Tsunade, still crying, glared with a small sneer. "We've destroyed your little organization once. We'll hunt you and your pawns down and do it again if we have to." That made the man laugh wildly. "My organization? My pawns?" he repeated between laughs as he held his severely burnt sides. "You really are clueless. I'm not the leader. I never was. I'm nothing more than a pawn in the master's grand scheme. Every action was done on his order, everything right down to when I killed that blonde you were humping." The burned man walked over and knelt down, catching her punch as he got within range. "It's your fault, really? You gave your little boy toy this necklace in the first place," he told her as he reached down between the valley of her cleavage and snatched the priceless jewel, snapping the simple string that held it around her neck. "If you hadn't given him this, then you'd still be on your hands and knees screaming as he plowed your slutty ass like the fucking whore you were for him. Funny thing was that your name was the last thing he said as I stabbed him through the heart. Had it not been for that fucking NBU unit, I would have gotten this the last time." The man batted her hand away as she tried to grab the necklace, then kicked her aside. It seems that some Konoha dogs are arriving," he muttered aloud before turning to the Kage. "It seems that our time is at its end. Farewell, princess. I look forward to seeing you in the future." He stopped to chuckle as he pulled out a small knife. "That is, if you live long enough." The blonde's eyes widened as the blade was thrown down into her unprotected side and began to cough blood once again as she realized that the steel had been coated with poison. Watching as the man seemed to vanish, Tsunade just laid on her side in the rain and started crying, slowly blacking out as the mental stress and poison became too much for her to handle. The last thing she heard was the voice of someone screaming for a medic. "I have returned, my master." The burned man spoke as he knelt on the floor with total disregard for his injuries. "And I've brought the jewel." Sitting on a small pillow in the middle of a traditional dojo that had only a few candles and torches casting light along the walls was a man dressed in formal kimono, whose body was hidden by the shadows as he sipped some type of drink from a large plate-like cup. "Good work," the man hummed darkly. "As always." The burned man lowered his head even further. "I live to serve my master. Bring it to me." Softly moving over, still bowing low, the man held out the necklace with both hands and quickly retreated to his previous position without looking up once the item was taken. The shadowed form of his master chuckled. "At long last, back at its rightful place. But enough of that. Send word to our agents. The time has come for our vision for this wrenched world to become reality." All across the elemental nations, various politicians, military leaders, and merchant guilds received matching messages and smirked. With a start, Tsunade woke up frantically looking around only to find herself in a white, sterile hospital room hooked up to many different machines. A small pulse of chakra alerted her that someone knew of her awakening, and she quickly found herself being hounded by Shizun, her student and friend of many years. "Tsunade-sama, thank goodness you're awake," the woman spoke frantically. "Everything's going wrong. We need you to retake control before things get any worse." Confused, the Hokage demanded to know what was going on. "War, Tsunade-sama. The Fourth Great War has started." "Who's fighting?" Shizun shook her head. "Take your pick. The entire world is at war. Iwa, Kumo, Suna, Kiri, even the smaller nations are taking up arms." "What about the peace talks?" "That's what caused it. Someone attacked and killed all the delegates, and now everyone's throwing the blame around. Mifune has been in a coma for days, and even the Land of Iron is getting ready." "How long was I out?" "You've been in a coma for nearly 4 weeks." How could things go so wrong?" the large-chested Hokage thought to herself while looking over intelligence reports to get an idea of what happened while she was in the coma and what was now happening as a result. Every nation was gearing up for war, one of which was actually sanctioned by the various ruling lords such as the Fire Lord, Wind Lord, Earth Lord, and so on. As such, production of weaponry were doubled, if not tripled, and even the forces of the other lords were being readied. It seemed that not only was this a shinobi war but a true world war. Looking away from the scrolls, she rubbed her eyes and opened the desk drawer, only to find the corner of a small picture sticking out from the files, tucked between blank requisition forms and the forms that a ninja needed to fill out should he wish to retire. Pulling it out carefully, the blonde sniffed as her heart started beating painfully. She didn't know why she tortured herself like this. But despite the pain of loss which seemed to even outweigh the loss of Dan and her little brother, she just couldn't stop herself. With a tear falling down her cheek, Tsunade smiled lightly and ran her fingers down the photo. "Naruto, I wish you were still here. Maybe then I'd know what to do." Sitting in the darkened dojo in the dead of night, the shadowed man sipped his drink while ignoring the admiring gazes of those kneeling before him. Sitting in front were 7 figures covered in the heavy armor of the samurai with their katana laying by their knees, while 2 others sat behind each armored figure dressed in light armor much like Anbu but still armed with a katana while masks hid their identity. "My devoted supporters," the shadowed male hummed out as he set the drink down next to a ceramic bottle. "For years we have endeavored to mold the world to our vision, exploiting the greed of man, the gluttony of fools, and the lust of ignorant power-hungry politicians. We have all set forth, sacrificing our blood, our sweat, and our tears to remake this world, losing friend and family alike to realize this goal." The man paused to study the gathered force who all looked at him with pure loyalty. "But their sacrifice, your sacrifice, will not be in vain. They will be immortalized for their efforts and will never be forgotten. Even as we speak, every nation in this world is preparing to fight a war in which they have no reason to partake in. As the sons and daughters of anarchy will bask in the warmth of the fire that is sure to engulf the world and take pride in the fact that there is nothing in this world that can stop it." A sharp flash of lightning lit up the windows with a bright white flash, revealing the smirking, whiskered face of their blonde-haired, blue-eyed master. "Long live the warlord!" All 21 figures chanted loudly. All hail Lord Uzumaki. Naruto chuckled softly, picking his cup/plate back up and taking a sip, lightning flashing while thunder rumbled menacingly in the background as the soldiers chanted a few more times before stopping as he made to speak one last time. My people, as our visions are brought forth, remember this: if war is deception, then peace is a lie. It was a truth he'd learned all too well, a lesson taken to heart at the age of 5 by an impressionable, lonely little boy who would grow to be a liar with a silver tongue, a charismatic monster, a harbinger of war, a vengeful monster whom was born of the village lies. All at the age of 5. Tossing and turning underneath the covers of his old mattress, a 13-year-old blonde boy with whisker-like scars on his cheeks muttered lowly into his flimsy, less than comfortable pillow. Jerking awake, the teen flew up with deep, gasping breaths and frenzied eyes that searched around the pathetic excuse of a bedroom that he called his own. Shit, the boy muttered while throwing the covers aside and turning to put his feet on the cold wooden floor. That same fucking dream. The blonde sighed and bent down, placing his elbows on his knees while holding his forehead up to stare at the floorboards vacantly. He was a little shorter than your average 13-year-old, but his frame packed muscle that his taller counterparts could only dream about and envy. Not that anyone knew anyway, he always wore that hideous orange and blue jumpsuit. An unknown number of scars littered his torso, some fresher than others while most were faded with age. But the main attention-getter was the fading seal on his belly, which held the 9-tailed curse of a demon fox that had plagued his existence from day one. His room wasn't much. The walls were bare and stained from water damage. The floorboards creaked loudly with every step. Even his closet door leaned on the wall next to the opening and had small cobwebs linking the two near the top. Aside from the bed, the only thing he really had there was a dresser, a calendar that hung near the door, and a small orange crate that acted as a makeshift nightstand for his near-broken alarm clock. Looking at said clock, he huffed, then looked at the calendar before repeating his huff. I'm really getting tired of this shit, he grumbled before standing up and stalking off to handle his morning routines. It had been a few weeks since they'd returned from the mission in Wave where they had protected the bridge builder and defeated a tyrant named Gato, and during those 3 weeks he'd been suffering through the saddest excuse of training he'd ever know. 3 weeks? Or 21 days? Or 504 hours? Or 30,240 minutes? Or 1,814,400 seconds, but hey, who was counting? Unbeknownst to the mindless masses, Naruto wasn't some weak idiot. He learned long ago to keep his abilities hidden, to play the fool while stacking the deck in his favor when no one would believe that he would be capable of such things. He didn't feel bad for lying to people like the third Hokage, who, despite actually trying to help and be like a grandfather, still lied to him about many things. Stepping into his bathroom, the blonde ignored the shower and went to his tub where he turned on the water after plugging the drain. It didn't matter if he used the hot water knob or not, as his piece of shit landlord refused to turn his hot water on. It had been a bitch to deal with for a long time. When he did have to have a hot bath, he'd be forced to boil a few pots of hot water to mix with the cold in his tub, and considering his lack of pretty much anything in the apartment. But all of that changed once he began to learn ninjutsu. Many believed that all he knew was shadow clones and a few weak jutsu here and there, but in truth he'd been hiding the fact that he knew a vast amount of various elemental jutsu and had mastered most. Turning the water off, he flashed through a few seals and blew a small flame into the water, causing it to heat up until it steamed. The blonde ended the low-rank jutsu and tested it, only to turn the water on again for a moment as he'd heated it too much. Naruto stripped out of his boxers and slid into the tub. Some would consider baths, with the exception of hot springs, for babies and girls, but he found them relaxing. He felt that he deserved a nice long soothing soak with what he had to deal with each day. Every day that Team 7 met started out the same: meeting at the bridge, wait for Kakashi, watch that stupid bitch Sakura fawn over the faggot known as Sasuke, join Sakura in yelling you're late, then start training. The last thought made him snort. Training? All Kakashi did was push him off to the side with the order to work on his chakra control, then took Sasuke off to train for real while Sakura followed like the lovesick whore she was. Sometimes he wondered if they had a clue that he'd been sending shadow clones to each meeting for a while. No, waiting until they're gone to dispel and leaving him to his own devices. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed lowly as he looked over the list of genin teams for his village while the Jonin senseis stood across from his desk. They were scheduled to hold the Chūnin exams this year, and he'd called them to see who'd be nominated, and so far all of the rookies had been entered, while Irika, the Chūnin who'd taught them in the past, was the only one to make a fuss, mainly for his favorite student Naruto. Not to belittle the boy, but because he cared and was worried that it'd be too much for him to handle, ending with him being killed. "How about this then?" he mused with a thoughtful look on his face. "Since you're worried about our resident prankster, why don't you give him a SQR test to see how he fares against a possible Chūnin situation?" SQR, or Simulated Quick Reaction, was a test made to seem and feel as real as possible, giving the person being tested a situation where they need to make a quick decision like a Chūnin and handle it as so. SQRs were rare but not outdated. They weren't used as much, mainly because of the possible injuries or damage that could be caused from a bad reaction, such as throwing explosive tags in the village. "We'll watch from here with my crystal ball, and I'll decide whether or not what will happen." Irika thought about it for a moment and nodded. The Hokage pulled out the orb and began searching, while Kakashi stated that Naruto should be waiting at the bridge with the rest of the team. "What the?" Hearing their leader's perplexed exclamation, everyone looked to see what it was, only to see the orb showing two Narutos, one waiting at the bridge with his ever-dopey look while another was working out with a bored, uncaring frown as he did pull-ups, without a shirt in his apartment. Anko made a wolf whistle, much to her red-eyed friend, Kurenai's annoyance. "Woo, would you look at him? Who knew that the brat was hiding all that under that coat? I wonder what else he's hidden under all that orange." "But which one's the real one?" another asked. Their question was soon answered as Sakura smacked the blonde over the head, only to fall as the blonde turned to smoke, dispelling with the strike but causing the girl to continue with her momentum and flip over the guardrail, where she fell into the stream below. When the clone was dispelled, the other blonde paused in his workout for only a moment before continuing as if nothing happened. Irika soon left to go test the blonde, leaving the Jonin and Hokage gathered around to watch in entreats. Most had pushed the blonde off as a sad excuse of a ninja, but after seeing what just happened, they were interested in what was about to happen. No one questioned why Naruto was the only one being tested, but in truth no one really cared to ask why. Naruto's apartment consisted of two rooms, the first being the living room that tripled as his kitchen and dining room, then was his small bedroom with the bathroom that was nearly the same size as the bedroom. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in use. With a little work, he'd been able to easily take a metal pole that he found and made a pull-up bar that he could remove if needed. The small area also gave him the advantage of having less space to cover if attacked, which hadn't happened in quite a while, but he kept the escape/attack plans in mind. Finishing his pull-ups, he went into the other room and laid down next to the ratty couch on his back and began doing sit-ups while channeling chakra to his feet to keep them on the floor. But once he reached the 45th sit-up, the one window in the room shattered as a small black orb with a burning fuse thumped along the floor. "Fuck!" he cursed lowly, on his feet in a flash before leaping behind the couch to take cover, where he also kept a few weapons hidden for just such an occasion. The thing went off, but instead of her explosion, he heard a loud bang followed by the smell of smoke, making him realize that the attacker had used a smoke bomb, a stauncher version of smoke pellets. The sound of an attacker entering through the previously broken window told him where to attack as he pulled out a normal kunai and frowned. "This'll suck." He's got good reflexes and didn't freeze up when he was attacked. One Jonin mused as the events unfolded. His first instinct was to get to cover. "Wait, is that?" one woman asked before gasping, "Explosive notes." As a fiery explosion engulfed the orb's vision, a loud, echoing explosion reached their ears, but by then they were already sprinting to the boy's apartment. Irika had no idea what the hell happened as he laid on the ground in pain. 1 minute he was trying to test Naruto, and the next thing he knew, he was flying into a wall with his ears ringing. A sharp pain in his cheek knocked him for a loop, followed by another in the nose, followed by another and another until he blacked out. Naruto, on the other hand, straddled the figure wearing all black gear with a ski mask over his head and continued to rain blow after blow upon the attacker, grabbing him by the neck and punching with all his strength while ignoring the burning husk around him that had once been his apartment. Had his ears not been ringing so loudly, he would have heard the chaos outside, followed by the arrival of nearly every Jonin in the village along with the Hokage. But in a blind rage, he didn't notice until two arms wrapped around his waist, making him strike out with his elbow with surprising force, which stunned the Jonin in question. allowing him to get 2 more blows on the masked man before being knocked out. One day later, Sarutobi sighed annoyedly as he received the reports from ANBU and the hospital. He should have known that testing Naruto was a bad idea. The boy had been attacked in his own home before and no doubt would have planned for another attack. Both Irika and Naruto were still in the hospital, with the Chūnin being the worst of the two. Naruto had a few bumps and bruises, with the worst damage being temporary loss of hearing. But Irika, on the other hand, had broken ribs, burns, and broken facial bones thanks to the beating the enraged blonde gave him, but thankfully, the doctors would have him healed up and ready to leave in a few days, while Naruto's already quick healing would have him healed before he even woke up. But they still wanted to keep him for a day for observation. They decided to keep him sedated because of his infamous hospital escape missions that were the stuff of legend. But aside from that, he'd sent ANBU to assess the damage and check for any possible traps that the blonde may have set, and the reports were shocking. Naruto had hidden weapons everywhere, kunai under tables, throwing stars in drawers, explosive notes wrapped around kunai behind the couch. They had uncovered and stored well over a few hundred of each weapons, including machetes, hatchets, samurai swords, and even a couple ninjato swords, all placed out of sight yet within reach if they were needed. The ANBU had sealed them all into a scroll which would be returned to the teen whenever he awoke. The damage to the building was horrible. The explosive note had blown most of the wall out into the street along with a large chunk of the roof, and as such, he'd already sent for it to be repaired, seeing as it was his, and therefore the village's fault. Yet another reason SQR tests fell out of use, seeing as the person being tested had no idea about the test and acted in self-defense. Said person couldn't be held responsible for what happened. An ANBU watcher wearing standard gear who was assigned to alert him to Naruto's awakening came in with a weak whirlwind of small fluttering leaves that fell to the floor. Hokage-sama, Naruto-san is waking up. Hearing the ANBU call Naruto by his name made him smile inwardly. Usually they called him the boy, or just Uzumaki, as they were neutral towards the teen. But after what happened the day before and learning of the teen being so prepared, their respect for him grew. Fuck, my head, Naruto exclaimed as he awoke to a blinding light above his bed, making him cover his eyes with an arm only to feel something scrape over the bridge of his nose. Pulling his arm back and squinting as some of the bright light shined around the raised arm, he groaned and muttered out a string of curses that would make any monk or priestess blush. Naruto-kun, since when did you use words like that? Asked the old voice he'd known most of his life. Sitting up in a flash, dressed in the backless gown issued to patents by the hospital, Naruto turned his head to see the Hokage sitting on a chair near the side of his bed. Old man, what are you? What happened? The last thing I remember was... Just as Naruto's eyes lit up momentarily before darkening in remembrance, the old Hokage quickly interjected. It's okay, Naruto. Everything's under control. The whole thing was a stage test to gauge your reaction to an attack. I'm sorry for what happened. So, it was all just a trick? The man grimaced slightly. To put it bluntly, yes, but you performed admirably. Had it been a real attack, you would have come out in near-perfect condition. He told the boy in hopes of keeping their friendship together, as they had already gone through some bumps in the past which led to a few occasions where the boy would refuse to talk to him. And what about the attacker? Anyone I know? It was Irika, but he'll be fine after some rest. He spoke while quickly adding the last part upon seeing the flash of worry go through his eyes. You'll be free to go in a little while, but I was hoping that we could talk for a bit. Clear some things up. At Naruto's uncharacteristic silence, he continued, Naruto, have you been lying to me all this time? I never noticed it until now, but you're acting different than usual. Was all that happy-go-lucky attitude an act? It wasn't strange for ninja to develop masks to wear outside of work. It made it easier to deal with family and life in general by creating a new personality to pretend as if you weren't the one to slaughter people left and right or watch friends die. But it was usually veteran ninja who'd fought in the war, ANBU, or hunter ninja that did so. Naruto was the youngest he'd ever seen to do so. Realizing that he was caught on that front, Naruto scowled and looked away. Not fun, is it? Having things kept from you. But yes, the Naruto you know is nothing but a masked stupidity I used to protect myself from those I don't trust. You mean? The implication hit the elderly man like a knife to the heart. Indeed, I've played a fool for so long and kept the fact hidden even from you because in the end, I don't trust you. You've lied to me about many things, and as much as I'd like to, I couldn't find it in me to trust another with the fact until now. But even then, it's only because you figured it out. Each word felt like a twisting blade already lodged deep into his heart, tearing and ripping at the soul. So tell me, old man, how does it feel to know that I've lied to you? That the little boy whom failed 3 times and finally passed as the bottom of the class is in fact a better ninja than most? Even you must admit that for me to hide my real personality and intelligence for so long is no simple feat. It hurts really, he answered solemnly. Then now you know how I felt every time you said that you didn't know who my parents were. Naruto-kun, you have to understand that dash. Save it, Naruto snapped, cutting the Hokage off. I don't really care anymore about who they were. As far as I'm concerned, my father was a deadbeat drunk and my mother was some cheap whore, making me the outcome of a drunken one-night stand between an inebriate and a harlot. Hiruzen bit his tongue, stopping himself from telling the teen just how wrong he was. A doctor came in to boldly tell him that he was free to go, making Naruto hop out of bed and over to where what was left of his pants were hanging on a hanger next to a standard white t-shirt given to those who didn't have a shirt to wear when leaving. Standing up to give the blonde some privacy, the Hokage turned to leave with a blank face devoid of the sadness he truly felt on the inside. I want to finish this talk. Come to my office once you leave. He then vanished in a whirl of leaves, leaving Naruto behind cursing under his breath. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only watch as Naruto left his office while tapping his fingers on the file pertaining to said boy. Their conversation hadn't gone as well as he hoped, but he managed to save their ever-fragile relationship from going down the drain, going from on the ropes to treading a floor made of cracked glass while juggling hammers. The boy was much more different than he had expected. That bright ball of sunshine and pranks who could take anything in stride and continue on with a grin had, in fact, never existed. It was a scary thought yet saddening at the same time. To go about his life for so long, hiding his true self behind a mask, forcing himself to act differently at all times, never trusting a single person he met. It had to be a maddening thing to experience, almost as if he felt like he was trapped behind enemy lines. From what he knew, Naruto was basically taking his life as if he was stranded in an enemy village, always ready for an attack, never resting and ever alert. There had been cases of ninja doing that after the war. Most were driven mad, and those that hadn't gotten help ended up going deeper into madness and killing themselves to escape capture from what they believed to be enemy ninja. But aside from that, he learned of the less than satisfactory training methods employed by Kakashi, which caused Naruto to begin his own training regimen while sending clones to the team meetings, as they'd taken the time off after their last mission to train. When told that he would be fixing this, Sarutobi found himself being told not to bother and that if he honestly wanted to make things up to him, Naruto, that he could start by taking him off Team 7 and giving him separate missions. Lighting up his pipe, the old man took a deep series of puffs before opening the front cover to look at the goofy face of what he used to see Naruto as. But the attention-getter was the large red stamp now marring the page that reads, "Reassigned" near the team block. The only way he could start giving Naruto separate missions was to attach him to another branch of the military, such as the Torture and Interrogation Unit, the Logistic and Administration Department, the Information Technology Department, the Village Law and Justice Block. The list went on. But he couldn't just stick him in one without the proper requirements and training, so he did the next best thing. Closing the file, he picked up another stamp and pressed it into the ink pad before slamming it into the middle of the cover, leaving a large classified in plain view with unique markings around it that would tell those in the know just how serious the information was. ANBU, Hiruzen called, summoning his guards back into the room, who also doubled as a type of butler to handle things for him such as retrieving sensitive files or bringing someone in. Two of his most loyal ANBU appeared with a respectful bow before blurring into their places around the room, only for one to be stopped. "Rat, I need you to do something for me." "Anything, Hokage-sama." Without a word, the Hokage wrote some things down and handed the ninja the paper. "Take this to the head of the administration block. We have a new unit to add to the roster." Kakashi was annoyed as the third member of his team continued to not show up to the daily team meetings. After the first 2 days, he'd learned that the blonde was released from the hospital, but that had been over a week ago, and he had yet to see hide or hair of the teen. Of course, this didn't stop them from training. If you could call it that, all he did was show Sasuke some jutsu, let his copy and practice them, then call it a day while Sakura did nothing and watched. He'd gone to the Hokage to mention this while the three went to get a quick D-ranked mission, but his question was brushed aside. Had he not been so engrossed in looking at the pornographic drawings in his book, he would have seen the disappointed look he was given by his commanding officer.
Hokage-sama.
An ANBU wearing a bird mask yelled as she came into the office with a frantic tone. The ANBU barracks for Battalion Alpha were attacked. Hiruzen didn't make a move to address her, only lighting his pipe and blowing a smoke ring. "Sir, didn't you hear me? Someone dash." "Yes, Bird. I heard you the first time. Tell your commanding officer to stop the search for the attacker and to come here." At the dismissive tone and order, Bird blinked and slowly left the office, where she vanished to go inform her commanding officer of what the Hokage said. "Sir, you summoned me?" ANBU Commander Owl of Alpha Battalion asked as he came in with a puff of smoke. "Is this about the attack?" "Indeed it is, Owl," he mused while smoking the pipe. "Indeed it is. First off, let me be the first to inform you that you've failed the test." "Sir, what test?" "There was never any real attack. It was all a test to see how village security would fare against a sneak attack, and as you can see, you and your battalion have failed." Hiruzen smirked inwardly as he thought back. Flashback. "Naruto-kun, let me be the first to welcome you to your new position." The aged Hokage started off as he smiled, looking at the blonde who wore a black vest with a red, diamond-shaped patch on each shoulder that depicted the leaf symbol over a dagger. Above it had KDSCD, and below it had Red Cell, stitched neatly. KDSCD stood for the Konoha Defense and Security Coordination Division, which would be a small shadow group that for now would only consist of him for the purpose of testing and reporting flaws in village security. He decided to put it under the codename of Red Cell, for short. Naruto had already proved his skill by pranking people and hiding from ANBU for hours on end, even painting the Hokage monument in broad daylight without anyone noticing until he was done. So it was only natural that he be placed in a new division that would put his skill to good use. Your first assignment is to stage an infiltration/attack on the ANBU barracks belonging to Alpha Battalion, sneak in, disable its security, and place some of your special paint bombs around, then exfiltrate without being seen. Naruto nodded, showing him a smirk. "Consider it done, old man." "God damn it!" Naruto growled as he sat up in his new bed, having been awakened after having the same nightmare as usual. Picking up a small alarm clock at the side of his bed, he slung it across the room and into a wall, shattering it with a small explosion of plastic, springs, and gears. He'd been having nightmares for years now, sometimes going a month or two without one, but it was always the same, forcing him to relive that night. Getting out of bed, he stretched and felt his back pop before going to the bathroom of his new apartment. As a part of him being the security protocol tester, the Hokage had seen fit to give him access to one of the ninja-only apartments that littered the city. It was much cheaper than the insane prices he'd been charged before and much larger, as he now had a bedroom, bathroom, and a separate kitchen with plenty of space. Another plus was that he actually had hot water, and that you'd have to be one stupid motherfucker to try and break into a ninja-only apartment building. It had been a few days since he started working as Red Cell, and so far the attack on the ANBU was the only job he had. But seeing as there was only him in the unit at the time, the Hokage was waiting before sending him out, mainly to be his consultant for updating the security protocols of the ANBU, who had gotten a little slack in thinking that there was no one stupid enough to attack while nearly everyone was there and just getting off duty. The paycheck was much better than those chores they called D-ranks, not to mention the fact that since he was working a division job, he got paid weekly plus what he earned on missions. He was also getting credit for a A-ranked mission, considering that he dealt with the ANBU on that last one. The larger paychecks went straight to buying some decent clothing and some masks. He'd been given a standard blank ANBU mask for his jobs, but he wanted a variety to choose from just in case people started spreading the rumors about Red Cell more than they already were. Apparently, a ANBU who was now pulling sewer detail got a little drunk and mentioned something about a new group within the ranks called Red Cell. So far the rumors were scarce, just utterances and jokes about what it could be about. Some believed that it was just some training group, and others thought that it was a team of genin who trained alone. But with his extended periods of off time between missions, he spent it either learning how to be the head of the division he now technically ran, seeing as he was the sole member, polishing his skills and keeping in shape, or improving his jutsu. It may seem like way too much for him to handle in only a few days, but with the aid of shadow clones, it really wasn't much. He had also gotten permission to begin looking at potential ninja to recruit into Red Cell, but would hold off on that for a bit. After all, he didn't even have an office or base to use, only his apartment, which wasn't exactly secure enough to hold a lot of classified information and such. Over the course of the next month, every remaining genin in Naruto's year noticed that said blonde was missing and that any questions as to where he was were left unanswered. For a while, some believed that he went rouge, but the senseis, who were told by the Hokage that Naruto was indeed still a loyal ninja but wouldn't be around for a while, quickly laid such thoughts to rest. Some of the more curious genin, or nosy, set out to find out what the dead last was up to. That was if they could even find him. Their searches always came up empty-handed, but they did sometimes hear things like he was seen shopping or near training grounds, but considering the massive amounts of land that were sectioned off as training grounds, not to mention the number of stores in the village, it would be easier to find a needle in a haystack 20 foot high and 30 wide. But what they didn't know was that the Hokage finally found a small and used office, and that Naruto had spent some time fixing it up to how he liked it. It was in a lower section of the Hokage Tower and quite small, but he didn't care. The security was top-notch, and there were only a small number of ways to reach it. But aside from that, he'd finally found and recruited a new member of Red Cell. Yakushi Kabuto. 19 years old and a skilled medic for his former genin squad, the bespectacled teen with white hair was easily recruited into Red Cell after his two teammates were found dead in their training grounds. Victims to unsupervised jutsu training, which ended with them dying from using every bit of their chakra when they didn't have the stores to use a higher-level jutsu. Kabuto was eager to join and didn't mind at all that his new commander was a 13-year-old boy, mainly because he thought that the position would give him an even better way to gain information for Orochimaru. But Naruto had been a step ahead of him and ensured that Kabuto would be loyal. He'd stake Kabuto's life on it. Kabuto winced and rubbed at his chest through the fabric of his wide-collared purple shirt as he walked down the dark underground hallway leading to his commander's office. Rubbing his sore chest with one hand and carrying a few scrolls under his arm and a file in his hand, he sighed and stopped at the wooden door with a metal plate bearing the leaf symbol over the dagger pointed up. It wasn't a well-known fact, but those symbols told a lot about the ones who wore them. The leaf symbol told of their loyalty to Konoha, which should have been obvious, but the dagger told something else. A single dagger in the emblem stood for covert or special operations, while the direction it pointed would indicate where they operated mainly. A dagger pointed up meant that they were inner village, while one pointed down meant that they did covert operations in enemy villages. But unlike Naruto's patch, which was in the shape of a diamond, Kabuto's was oval-shaped. The diamond showed that Naruto was the commander, and the oval showed that the white-haired teen was lower ranked. Komein. The teen opened the door to walk into the office. Due to the lack of space for them, Naruto had decided to have the office double as a planning and meeting area for the future, even hanging a large cork board panel on the wall where they'd peg their information as needed. A small table stood in the middle with a small couch pushed against the wall opposite the board on the wall, while a simple wooden desk stood in the back with Naruto sitting behind it. "Naruto-kun, I've brought you my information," spoke the teen while taking hold of the scrolls and placing them on the table. "The pictures too." While reading over a scroll, Naruto flicked a thumbtack over to Kabuto, which stuck point first into the wood next to one of the scrolls. The teen opened the file and pulled out a decent-sized photo and placed it in the center of the board with a tack in the top center. The picture showed a chamber-like room with no windows and had a large U-shaped desk lined with chairs, and underneath the picture on a half-inch border was the words, "Konoha Village Council Meeting Room." "I've managed to obtain the time for the next meeting," the white-haired boy spoke. "It's in 5 days." Naruto hummed lowly. "More than enough time. We need to increase the funding to village upkeep. We need to keep the village looking great for visiting merchants and officials." Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose as he listened to the council go back and forth about what they wanted to do with the village, arguing with each other on cutting spending and other stupid things that prevented them from really getting some real work done. Checking his watch, he praised Kami that their time here was almost up. He loved Konoha, but as far as he cared right this second, the village could get stuffed, especially after having to deal with these idiots. "Oh, a wild-looking woman yelled while standing up with her hand over her nose, getting everyone's attention. "Who's the dirty son of a bitch that farted?" Then the world exploded. The ANBU outside assigned to guard the doors heard the commotion and rushed in only to choke on the thick gray smoke that filled the room before clearing it out with few low-powered wind jutsu. Covering each council member, both the ninja and civilian sides, was a thick layer of red paint. Even the Hokage wasn't spared, and the only thing that had stopped him from being completely covered was the fact that his hat blocked his whole head and part of his neck. "What is the meaning of this?" a pink, now red-haired woman screeched while waving her arms frantically, throwing paint on the two beside her. A small piece of paper fluttered down from the ceiling and was caught by the Hokage, who only chuckled lightly as he looked at it. "It would seem that we've failed our test," he mused while turning the paper around, only to show them that a bright red F had been painted on the back while a note was written on the front. "With all due respect, Hokage-sama," the wild woman from before started. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Well, to answer your question, Sum, we've just been tested on our security by a new division dedicated to testing and improving the security and defense of our village." "Why weren't we told of this division?" another man demanded while trying to wipe the paint off his face. "We have the right to know everything that does on around here." "Because it would defeat the purpose of the test if you knew it's happened beforehand," Hiruzen smiled while shaking off his hat. "And let me correct you on something. You do not have the right to know everything that goes on? Or are you willing to let us investigate everything that goes on in your life from now on?" That shut the man up. "Well, who's in charge of this group?" asked his former teammate and now one of the village elders, Hamura Mitokado. "That is classified, for my eyes only," he replied with a spark in his eyes that his two teammates hadn't seen in years. The next day. For years it had been a tradition that at the end of the week, the Chūnin would meet at one of the ninja-only bars in the village to have some fun by drinking, telling each other about their weeks, and basically joking around to forget about their problems and stress for a little while. "Hey Kakashi," Enko called over to the scarecrow as he had his nose in that little orange book. "I haven't seen your blonde gaki around lately. Where have you hiding that cute little piece of ass?" No one reacted to the purple-haired woman's comment as they'd become accustomed to her mannerisms for a long time now, just like they did when she started dressing in fishnet, a miniskirt, and a trench coat. "Isn't he a little young for you, Enko?" Kakashi mused over his book, only for her to snort. "He's a ninja now, so who cares about age? So where'd you hide him?" "I haven't seen him," Hokage-sama said that he was busy doing something else and took him off my squad. Enko pouted and downed a bottle of sake. "Well, then I'm off to find me a hunk. Kid's got a body that makes you look like a twig." The council meeting room is actually one of the easiest rooms to get into, Naruto explained to the Hokage while standing in the office at the top floor of the tower, while said old man wore a plain robe while his Kage robes were being cleaned. It was left unguarded with only a simple lock keeping the door shut. The patrols didn't even come by while I set up the paint bombs along with the stink bomb. Hiruzen nodded slowly. "You used the smell to cause a distraction with Tsum Inuzuka." With their heightened sense of smell and the rumors I've heard about Ms. Tsum, I knew that she would loudly try to find the one responsible for the smell. "Clever as always, huh, Naruto-kun?" "I aim to please, old man." The old Hokage chuckled lightly. Despite being a victim of the attack, he still thought that it was funny to see the confused and scared looks that the others had gotten while covered in paint. "Well then, now that you've told me how you did this, tell me about the flaws you picked up on." "During my infiltration, I noticed that the patrols didn't go by to check on the room and that the door was a simple wooden panel with a standard civilian lock, as I said before. Of course, any run-of-the-mill genin could get through and do what I did with the right information and skill. I also noticed that the normal anti-genjutsu seals weren't in place for some reason." This caused Hiruzen to sit up with a dead serious look on his face. "What did you just say?" "The anti-genjutsu seals weren't there." Sitting back with a look of thought on his face, Hiruzen scowled. "Thank you for telling me this, Naruto-kun, but I'm afraid that I'm going to have to just read your report now. It's disturbing to know that someone has removed them, and that is a crime of high treason. Those seals were meant to ensure that any genjutsu in the room was dispelled to ensure that no one was being influenced to vote one way or another. Not only that, but to ensure that there were no spies in the room hidden under genjutsu. But without them, there was no telling how many things had been manipulated by outside forces or even by inside forces. I'll have my report sent to your office soon, old man. I'll see you later."
Would be Naruto-kun.
Oh, before you go, the old Hokage called out before the team could leave the room. If you want, you can still enter the upcoming Chūnin exams. You'll have to be placed back on Kakashi's team for the time, but that's it. After the exams, you'll be taken back off. Naruto thought about it for a few moments. All right, I can put up with them for that long. Sign me up. The first day of the Chūnin exams didn't come quick enough for the blonde in his opinion. With the information the new Red Cell medic, Kabuto, obtained through his time as a spy, Naruto learned that the exam was a 3-part test. The first phase would be a written test which would test the information-gathering skills of each Chūnin hopeful, seeing if they could cheat and not get caught. There would be a group of watchful Chūnin including Konoha's very own mind rapist Ibiki Marino, a master of mental torture and the feared head of the interrogation department. The second phase was a survival exam in Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Aside from a handful of Chūnin aides to help with paperwork, it was mainly given by Ibiki's partner in the interrogation department, Anko Mitarashi. Waivers were to be signed before anyone could be allowed in, as the test allowed for the genin to kill if needed or wanted, so they had to sign to make sure that Konoha didn't get into any legal issues and such. The idea was for each team to hunt down another team carrying a scroll, either a heaven or earth, and take the one they didn't have. The final phase would take place a month later in a massive arena where they'd fight one-on-one for the village leaders and prospective clients. There wasn't much to it, but each genin would be graded by other Chūnin as well as the Kages to see if they had the qualities needed to be a Chūnin. Naruto had avoided the 2 members of Team 7 until today, not wanting to deal with their stupidity for longer than necessary, but sadly for Kabuto, he wasn't allowed into the exam seeing as he had no team and that there wasn't any other genin squads on reserve at the time for him to join. Hiruzen, ever the grandfatherly old man to him, had given him a few hints as he told him the location of the first test, room 301 in the academy building. One such hint was to make sure he went to the 3rd floor and not to fall for any tricks. Well, Naruto, it's nice to have you back on the team, he heard Kakashi say as the man met him at the door leading to room 301. I see you've changed your clothes, you look like a real ninja now. Don't get used to me being on this team. Once the exams are over, the Hokage will remove me again. As for my clothing, well, my orange jumpsuit was more of a training phase. If I can lead Anbu on a merry chase around the village in broad daylight wearing that thing, imagine what I can do now. Naruto retorted with a bored look on his face as he leaned up against the wall with his arms crossed. The one-eyed scarecrow hummed lightly with his book in hand. I see. And why is the Hokage removing you from your team? Naruto closed his eyes. Classified. Naruto Baka. Sighing lightly, Naruto pushed himself off the wall as he heard Sakura's screech and looked to see Sasuke and the howler monkey trailing up the hallway, making him curse under his breath, which made the Jounin's eye widen at hearing the blonde's hateful remarks towards his former, now temporary team. Naruto Baka, where have you been? Sakura demanded to know, only to be ignored by said blonde. Sasuke looked at the teen with a brooding look, inwardly surprised at the change in clothing and attitude. Dressed in a pair of faded black pants with white tape around each ankle and thigh, Naruto had a large, 1-compartment equipment pouch on his right thigh, while the leg was actually 3 slim pouches on the same strap. On each fist he had fingerless gloves and had lightweight forearm protectors on each arm. Over a fishnet short-sleeve shirt, he wore a vest that could carry multiple weapons or scrolls depending on what he stocked himself with, and he now had a black cloth for his headband. Answer me, Baka, and stop trying to act cool. Shut the fuck up. The teen snapped coldly in a tone that no one had ever thought to hear him use on the pink-haired girl. We are here for the Chūnin exam and nothing more. I am here just to move up in the ranks, and for that I have to deal with you too, so let's get one thing straight. I don't like either of you, but for now we are a team. We are not friends, and nor have we ever been. So I'll watch your back so long as you watch mine, and after this, I'm finished with you until the next time we are forced to work together. Do we understand each other? Blinking, Sakura nodded and Sasuke, H&Ed as usual. Good. With that, Naruto turned and walked through the door to room 301 with the other 2 following moments later. Not seconds after entering the room, Naruto felt the menacing glares and killing intent from the mass of various genin around the room. Looking them over, he snorted at the weak intimidation attempt just as the other 2 from his team entered.
Sasuke-kun.
Stepping forward, Naruto felt the wind against his arm as a blonde girl wearing purple flew past him and onto his male teammate, who had yet to come out of the closet. Ino Pig, get off of Sasuke-kun. Ino Yamanaka was only daughter of the clan head and heiress of the Yamanaka clan. She was a popular girl in school and self-proclaimed future Mrs. Uchiha, something she and Sakura often fought over. Ignoring the two fangirls, he walked off to the side and leaned up against the wall. Well, looks like we're all back together again, came the lazy draw of Ino's teammate, Shikamaru Nara. Kiba came over. No, we're missing the dope. Where is he? Guess he didn't make the cut. I'm over here, mutt, Naruto exclaimed coldly, getting their attention as he glanced over from the corner of his eye. If you'd pay attention and train more instead of humping the nearest shoe, maybe you would have noticed that I was standing here. What's with the outfit dope? Kiba retorted while trying to save face. Trying to look all cool since you're such a terrible ninja? The blonde teen hummed and let out a small chuckle. Unlike you, I'm taking my job seriously, and as such, I'm wearing what a real ninja should wear, unlike you. A hoodie and gray jeans? Look around at the real ninjas in this room, he told Kiba while also subtly insulting the other rookies at the same time. They did so, and nearly every ninja in the room was wearing a uniform of some sort or had real ninja gear and multiple weapons. As you can see, I came prepared for war, unlike you, so shut the fuck up or get put down like the mangy stray you are. What he said was true. They could all see that most of the pouches in his vest were full, leaving only a few empty for anything that he found while out in the field. But before anyone could say something, a large group of ninja appeared in a massive plume of smoke which cleared on its own to reveal a line of Chūnin all wearing gray uniforms, while the mind rapist himself stood in front of them with his black trench coat and bandana. All right, maggots, it's time for the first test, the man stated, the scars on his face contorting with his smirk. With the test starting, each genin was given a number and told to take a seat in the corresponding chair behind the desks. Naruto was far away from the other two on his team but found himself sitting next to the shy Hyuga heiress and a random genin from IWA. A 9-question test was given to them, and Ibiki told them that the last question would be given at the end. But the objective was to find the information from planted Chūnin targets in the room without being caught by the watchers sitting along the wall or Ibiki, who took a seat at a large desk. Each person was given a set number of points which would be lowered each time they were caught, and if one member of any team lost all their points, then the whole team was kicked out. They were given half an hour to answer at least one before the final question was asked, and for that whole hour Naruto leaned back and stared at the ceiling, which he noticed that a few rows down had, strangely enough, a mirror attached that moved ever so slightly every now and then. 10 minutes into the test, his inner musings were broken as a kunai flew over his nose and into the test of a genin a couple rows back. Genin 48, 103, and 190, you all fail. Get the hell out of my classroom. Ibiki smirked coldly at the team of protesting genin, who were soon knocked out for refusing to leave by 3 of the Chūnins and taken away in plumes of smoke. When Ibiki called that there was 1 minute left in the text, Naruto gave a loud yawn and sat up, which sounded much louder considering that the room had been silent before. With everyone's attention on him, which he ignored, he removed his forehead protector and rubbed his forehead before wrapping the cloth around his hand while the metal stayed on the back of his hand. Thanks for the help, IWA-san. He spoke to the genin next to him before swinging his fist and nailing the genin in the face with a back fist, knocking the guy out of his seat and onto the floor, hitting the back of his head on the desk behind him, which knocked him out. Taking the genin's test, Naruto picked up his pencil for the first time and wrote his name on it before taking his old test and ripping it apart, throwing the shredded pieces onto the unconscious ninja next to him while smirking at the examiners. That'll be 2 points, genin, Ibiki stated from the desk with a scowl on his scared face, making Naruto shrug. Don't care, in the end my test is done, he retorted. The man looked at the blonde for a minute and gave a gruff laugh before writing something down on a paper. Genin 23 and 54, take your team member and get the hell out. Already knowing what happened to the others who refused, the two got their unconscious teammate and left, glaring at the blonde responsible for them failing, as well as leaving a bruise in the shape of the leaf symbol on their teammate's forehead. Time's up now for the final question. But first, I have to warn you, if you refuse to answer then you fail. Ibiki's statement caused a ruckus with the remaining genin, but it was Kiba that yelled out the loudest that they'd answer it and they'd be stupid not to. I didn't finish, the man growled out with a glare. But if you take it and get it wrong, you don't just fail, you'll remain a genin for the rest of your life. Naruto kept silent during the ensuing chaos and ignored Ibiki's retorts about how they were unlucky since it was his first time giving the test. Soon, one by one teams gave up right and left until 60 remained, meaning that 20 teams made it. Seeing that no one else was leaving, Ibiki revealed to them that they had answered the final question correctly and passed before explaining that the purpose was not only to gather intel without being caught but to see if they had the guts to put their lives on the line and not bitch out. He then launched into a horror story about what can happen by showing them the massive scars underneath his bandana and telling them how he got them. But as he finished and retied his bandana around his head, he was forced to jump out of the way as a cannonball flew through the window and exploded with a large cloud of smoke which cleared to show a large banner reading. Introducing the examiner for the second test, the single Anko Mitarashi, and standing in the front of said banner was Anko with a smirk on her face. "You're early," Ibiki deadpanned while poking his head out from around the banner. Her badass look now ruined. Anko looked over to the man and shrugged before looking at the genin. 60 genin! You actually let 20 teams pass. We have a talented group this time. Snorting, the woman grinned dangerously to the Chūnin hopefuls. Well, by the time I'm done with them, less than half will remain. Now you maggots, follow me to training ground 44. Fall behind or get lost and you fail. Naruto growled as he stabbed a kunai into the back of a Miss Genin wearing a dull yellow one-piece suit with a breathing mask and a cloth band over his eyes. It had been 2 days since they'd entered the forest and he had been blown away by a wind jutsu, eaten by a large snake, attacked by a man-eating flower of some kind, and then the team from Mist thought that he'd be an easy target. With one arm squeezing the genin's airway shut, the male couldn't make a sound as the blade was stabbed into him over and over until he lost all feeling below his waist and quickly bled to death. Dropping the body, Naruto huffed and looked at the blood-covered blade before growling again and throwing it down, point first into the back of the dead Miss Genin's skull. Today was not a good day for him to be fucked with. He had already killed the other 2 Miss Genins and took their scroll, which turned out to be the one he needed to go along with his Earth Scroll. Sasuke demanded that since he was the best and leader of the team that he should carry the scroll, but little did he know that the scroll he'd been given by the blonde was actually a fake scroll made to look like a real one. Not that they'd ever know since they were forbidden to open them. Tucking them both away in his vest, Naruto jumped towards a tree to go and find his team, only to be tackled back onto the ground by a brown and purple blur. "I got you now, Gaki. Oh, son of a bitch!" he cried out as the examiner appeared with her arms around him, pinning his arms to his side with snakes slithered out from her sleeves and bound him. "Don't you have anything better to do?" he growled as he fought against his binding, which hissed at him as the female stood with a grin. "Nope, you're the only one I want to do right this minute," she replied while grabbing him and hoisting him over her shoulder. "Don't worry though, after I'm finished with you then I'll bring you right to your team and who knows, if you play nice with me then I'll make sure you like it." While he was much better than he let on in the past, there was no denying that he was no match against a Chūnin. All he could do as he was taken away was pray that some of the rumors about her weren't true. When Naruto finally found his team on the 3rd day of the test, they looked like they'd been through hell, not to mention the fact that for some reason Team 9 and Team 10 were there and seemed to have just defeated a team from Sound with the help of a teen by the name of Rock Lee. The others had only watched from the trees until the end, and for some reason, Ino was now trying to fix Sakura's hair, which now looked like a jagged mess with a kunai. Walking through the underbrush, the 8 genin jerked their heads over to see who it was, only to see him. "Oh, it's only Naruto," the overweight boy named Choji exclaimed, only for Sasuke to pull out a kunai. Sasuke held the knife in one hand, but the threatening look was ruined by how he held his neck in pain. "How do we know you're really him?" Naruto gave him a tired glare with dark rings around his eyes. "Listen, I've spent over 24 hours looking through this god-forsaken forest to find you and her," he growled out at the boy while nodding at Sakura. "The ice is thin and I'm close to snapping, so don't push me." He wasn't going to tell them what exactly he'd been doing, as they didn't need to know that he'd been molested by the crazy Chūnin examiner and returned the favor once he'd gotten loose from her snake summons. "Hurry up and get ready, I'm ready to get to that fucking tower." He snapped at them again, ready to get back to the tower where he knew there were rooms and beds ready for the teams who made it there early. Anko had showed him that Maybe you haven't noticed, but we don't have a scroll. Sakura spoke up with a large bruise forming on her cheek as Ino finished cutting her hair. Opening two of the pouches on his vest, Naruto showed them the Clean Earth Scroll and the Bloody Heaven Scroll. How'd you get those? The pink-haired girl questioned, only to get a blank look from the blonde. I took them, now let's go. Hold it. Turning his attention to the older male of Team 9, who jumped down from the large tree he and the female member of the team was sitting in, Naruto noticed that it was a Hyuga from the branch family known as Niji, a prodigy of his clan, and gave the white Iteen a cold look. Why shouldn't I take your scrolls? The teen mused with an arrogant smirk on his face. Obviously a weakling like you wouldn't stand against one fated to win like me. Bring it on then, Naruto mused darkly while placing the scrolls back into the pouches, then pulling out a kunai from his thigh pouch. I'll cut your fucking Hyuga heart out. Before anyone could say a word, Naruto sent the kunai flying at the boy only for it to be dodged. You can't deny fate. He smirked only to be thrown forward as the explosive note discreetly wrapped around the handle went off. The blast also sent the female in the tree, a weapon specialist named Tenten, flying to the ground as the kunai had hit the trunk of the same tree she was in. The others stumbled as the pressure wave hit them like a wave with the force of a hammer, hitting them while Naruto remained unaffected. Niji slid across the ground, stopping a few feet away from Naruto with the back of his shirt smoking. Looking at him, the blonde sneered and walked forward. Arrogant little bitch, he spat out. Just like the rest of your kind. With that, he kicked the downed Hyuga inside before spitting on him. And with that, he started towards the tower with Sasuke and Sakura trailing behind him. When they made it to the tower, or in Naruto's case, back to the tower, the blonde opened the scrolls, triggering the summoning that brought none other than Irika into the room. The Chūnin congratulated them and explained the meaning of some writing on the wall that basically said, if you're stupid, seek knowledge, and if you're a bitch, seek strength. Afterward, they were told that they could go rest for the remaining 2 days left in the test and could find food in a small cafeteria in the tower which was being prepared by ninja chefs of all things. Sasuke and Sakura soon found themselves alone as Naruto left them alone in the tower without a word. Walking up the stairs towards some of the extra rooms in the tower, Naruto suddenly found himself in the embrace of his new tormentor, Anko. Welcome back, sexy, you looking for more? Why bother asking? Naruto shot back as she didn't ask the last time and basically raped him in one of these rooms. Anko giggled and pressed her cheek up against his. Because I learned my lesson last time, my ass still hurts. When she was riding him, he managed to dispel the snake holding his arms still and successfully turned the tables on her, flipping her over with him on top and finishing her off before slipping into door number 2. There wasn't much she could do at that point as he managed to pin her hands to her sides while savagely plundering her puckered hole. Maybe later, but I'm looking for a different room other than the one I'm forced to share with my team. Anko hummed. Well, genin aren't allowed to stay in other rooms aside from the one assigned to them, she told him, dashing his hopes of staying away from the two. But you can always share my room. I've cleaned it up some and you know my bed's soft. And I assume that you'll want rent. Her grin told him everything. At the end of the 5-day exam period, only 7 of the teams managed to pass. First to finish had been the team consisting of the Kazekage's 3 children, with Team 7 being second, while the others trickled in during the end of the last 2 days. Unlike the last night he spent with the Chūnin, he got a lot more sleep than before and didn't feel tired and moody like he did the other day. He had to stand through the old Hokage's speech about the true meaning of the Chūnin exams, where the old man announced that there would be a round of preliminary matches since too many genin had passed for the finals. It didn't surprise him like it did some. After all, he'd been told by Kabuto to expect something like this in a pre-exam briefing, something that the spy-turned-pawn had a lot of information and experience with since said teen had taken it 7 times before. But before the Hokage could get into the rules for the preliminaries, a pale-faced, sickly-looking man came forward and asked if he could explain, since he would be the proctor for both these matches and the finals. The ninja introduced himself as Hei Gecko, or at least that's what he thought. The man coughed every few words, so it was a bit difficult to understand him at times. He explained that since there were so many genin, they would be randomly selecting a pair of them to fight, where the winner would move on to the finals. Each fight would last until one gave up or was unable to continue fighting, but he did reserve the right to step in and stop them if he felt that there was a clear winner. Naruto noticed his pink-haired teammate start to say something as a large electronic board was revealed in the wall behind a fake section, but Sasuke, who was still feeling a pain in his neck, stopped her from saying anything, even telling her to mind her own business, which made the blonde smirk inwardly, especially when she looked at him as if expecting him to jump to defend her as he would have done if he was still acting like a fool. So as they started up the board that would select the names, Naruto took that time to scope out the competition. There was one team from the newly formed Sound Village, and the three looked roughed up, with the worst being a guy with both arms in a sling. The other male of the group was covered in bandages, but he saw him before during the first exam, so he knew that the bandages weren't new. And lastly, the female had a few bruises and cuts on her face, but nothing too bad. Next, there was a single team from Kumo. Out of them all, only the woman registered as a threat to him. She had long, straight, blonde hair bound with a tight wrapping of bandages and had dark-colored eyes. She wore a short-sleeve black and purple blouse, black pants with a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. Around her head was a standard Kumo forehead protector, and she wore normal black sandals while a kunai holster was strapped around her right thigh. Lastly, the woman had white bandages around each arm and leg with a red belt was clipped around her waist. She was definitely one of the older genin, but not too old to be suspicious to them. By now, they were asked to head up to the balcony that circled around the room 2 stories above the ring. Only the first 2 fighters were allowed to stay, Sasuke and one of the nameless male Kumo genin. He didn't pay much attention to the fight and continued to scope out the enemies. The team with that Hyuga from the forest, led by guy who Lee looked like a clone of. Lee was as happy and loud as ever, seemingly not caring about the small wounds he had. Tenten looked sore, possibly because she had been sent to the ground by the explosive note. But Niji still glared at him for what happened. His hair was dirty and his shirt was now covered in dirt and grass stains. Next was the Ino Shikicho trio led by Asuma Sarutobi, Hiruzen's son. They were probably one of the weaker teams here, but still just as dangerous. While Ino lacked training, jutsu, taijutsu, and maybe even genjutsu besides what was taught in the academy, if she got lucky and did manage to get a hit with her family jutsu, she'd easily win. Choji was a wild card. He'd be a good match with his human boulder and expansion jutsu, but he lacked any driving force unless the magic insult was used to send him into a rage. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was the main danger. With an IQ over 200, he could easily keep ahead of the game and plan multiple steps in advance, leading his enemy into a sudden, unforeseen defeat. Kiba's team was a slightly bigger threat. Kiba himself was actually a decent opponent when working in tandem with Akamaru, but his brash nature and arrogance could easily be exploited. Hinata wasn't much of a threat at all. Her shy nature and unwillingness to hurt someone made her more of a medical ninja than anything else. Shino, on the other hand, was the main threat of that team. Silent, calculating, and swarming with chakra-eating bugs made him the worst enemy of nearly any type of ninja. The match between Sasuke and the Kumo ninja was called as Sasuke managed to disable his opponent, although just barely before passing out. He watched just long enough to see that the next match was between Shino and Zaku Abumi, the sound genin with both arms in a sling. Already knowing that this would end in Shino's favor, he studied the sand genin team. The one with makeup and the strange cat-like suit was obviously a puppet user. Take out the puppeteer and the puppet was useless. The female had a large fan, and knowing the Sand Village, she was probably a trained wind user. But the one he really looked at was the redhead. Something was really off with him. And lastly, there was his team. Sakura was as big of a threat as Ino, and Sasuke was an arrogant, self-centered, delusional, self-proclaimed avenger who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. With each team analyzed by looks, he went back to watching the matches to see Zaku's arms blow off as Shino clogged the holes in the boy's arms with his bugs without said sound genin knowing. The third match was between the other male genin from Kumo and the puppet user from Sand, Kankuro. The puppeteer won by tricking the genin into thinking that he was actually fighting with his puppet, when in fact he'd been controlling 2 puppets, one of which had been made to look just like him. The real puppeteer was hidden in a large bandaged object that puppet Kankuro wore on his back, then laid on the ground before starting the fight. Ino and Sakura fought against each other in the 4th match. Ino caught Sakura in her mind transfer jutsu, but the howler monkey somehow broke free. In the ensuing fist fight, both were knocked out and both were disqualified. The fifth match ended with Tenten being carted off by medics after Tamari broke her back out of spite, catching the falling girl with the end of her fan right in the small of her back, which caused a loud snapping sound to echo around the room. Lee tried to jump down to avenge his teammate, but Guy stopped him before he had the chance. Shikamaru fought the female sound genin named Kintsuchi and ended it by catching her in his shadow jutsu, then threw himself back, causing her to do the same while being close to a wall, knocking her out when she hit head first at full speed. The seventh round will be Kiba Inuzuka versus Naruto Uzumaki. Hayate called out after the sound genin was carted off. "Woo!" Kiba exclaimed loudly. "Check it out, Akamaru, we got off lucky." Jumping over the guardrails, Naruto popped the bones in his neck loudly, as Kiba followed suit with a big smirk on his face. "This'll be over in one hit," the dog boy boasted while his dog readied himself next to the boy. "Why don't you go on and give up before you make a fool of yourself?" "Funny, I was about to say the same, but as usual you've already done a great job at that. At least your four-legged master has enough sense to be on guard." Hayate took the time to quickly call out for them to start, and before Kiba could try to taunt the blonde again, he was knocked to the ground by a sudden punch in the lower back, right over his spine. Watching with a smile, the Hokage felt pride for Naruto mastering the shadow clone jutsu enough to be able to summon clones without hand seals. Unseen to Kiba but not to the others watching, a clone had appeared behind the genin just as the match began and slugged him hard before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto smirked at Kiba as he scrambled to stand while Akamaru's hair raised on end in a threatening way. "Talk is cheap, shoe humper. I have better things to do besides toy with you all day. Bring it on." Snarling, Kiba flew at the blonde, angrily swiping his claws at the teen only for each attack to be dodged. "Just stand still. Already dead. Last," he screamed with each failed strike. Without warning, Naruto slapped a swipe aside with his forearm and buried his other fist dead center in the Inuzuka's gut, doubling him over as the breath was knocked out of him. The blonde then grabbed Kiba by the head and held his head facing the ground as he brought his knee up, connecting with the soft cartilage of Kiba's nose and his forehead over and over before releasing him with one final strike, sending him flying backwards onto the ground with blood streaming from his nose and swelling eyes. But the mutt wasn't ready to quit yet. "Get him, Akamaru!" he yelled while spitting out the blood in his mouth and trying to get steady. The puppy barked once and to Naruto's surprise used Kiba's passing Fang Jutsu to fly at him like a twister, giving him little time to jump away. Dodging a few more times, Naruto cursed as it looked like the pup wasn't running out of steam just yet and smirked as he got an idea. Flipping away from the dog's attack, Naruto quickly got over to the still recovering Kiba and grabbed him by the legs. "Go back to your master," he growled out as he threw him with all his strength right into the path of the dog's attack. Not waiting to see the hit, he reached into his special kunai pouch to find that it was his last one and sent it flying at them. Unable to turn fast enough, Akamaru clipped Kiba by accident, tearing through the side of his clothes and cutting him up badly before the kunai neared, flying a few yards ahead of them then exploding, sending both to the ground. "The match is over," the proctor yelled out as he jumped in between the downed genin and Naruto with medics rushing over. The use of explosive notes were dangerous and they feared for the genin's life. Hayate feared that the blonde would try to finish him off to end the match. Naruto snorted. "Of course it is, and you don't have to yell. After all, if I wanted him dead, I'd have done it already." The Jounin watching looked at each other along with the remaining genin who knew Naruto. What had happened to him? Why was he so different now? Why was he so cold now? Questions like that filled their heads and they promised to get answers. No one changed from a happy, bubbly ball of sunshine to a cold-blooded, cruel, and deadly ninja like that so drastically, with his opponent being carried off on a stretcher by a pair of medic ninjas. The pup laying on the end between Kiba's legs and also in need of some medical attention, Naruto made his way back up the stairs but didn't go over to his previous place by the still unconscious Sakura and the porn reading. Jounin, opting to lean against the wall a few feet away from the top landing. "The eighth match will be," Hayate exclaimed loudly with a string of coughs breaking up his sentences. "Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata." Glancing over to the girl, Naruto noticed her nervous face go paler as she walked to the steps, nervously passing him and reaching the steps. "Good luck, Hinata," he mused evenly as she passed by him, tensing as she heard him and blushing. The match was a horrible thing to watch. Hinata was too kind-hearted to fight and Niji brutally used psychological attacks, using her fears and insecurities against her to convince her that she had no possibility of winning. But the girl refused to give in and forfeit. Both used the Hyuga fighting style known as Gentle Fist that targeted the chakra pathways while their bloodline limit, the Byakugan, allowed them to see said pathways in each other's bodies. The two seemed to match each other for the first few minutes, but Niji soon gained the upper hand by landing blows on the girl's arms, interrupting the chakra flow and disabling her ability to use the Gentle Fist. But it seemed that Niji still had personal issues with the girl as he tried to strike her in the chest with the Gentle Fist, which would stop the flow of chakra to her heart and most likely kill her. If not for the proctor's intervention, she would have died. Once the girl was taken off the ring and moved to the infirmary, the exams continued with Rock Lee fighting Gaara of the Sand Village. Gaara seemed to be untouchable with his sand defense, which would jump to his defense when any attack was made, and Lee was a taijutsu user incapable of using ninjutsu or even genjutsu, stacking the odds in Gaara's favor. Lee tried valiantly to get past the sand but failed each time. That was until he got permission from Guy to remove his weights, which left small craters underneath them when they fell to the ground. Lee's already impressive speed shot up to the point where he was a blur to all but the Jounin, easily allowing him to hit Gaara, which came as a shock to the other Sand Genin and their sensei, as it had been the first time in Gaara's life that he'd ever been hit. The Leaf Genin knocked Gaara into the air before using his front lotus, which would have been a finishing move had it not turned out that Gaara was a sand clone. With no other way to end the match, and with Guy cheering out with his permission, Lee opened 5 of the inner chakra gates, which resulted in his strength being multiplied immensely for a short time. And along with his speed, he made a human pinball out of Gaara until he used his reverse lotus. However, as Gaara fell to the ground in what would have been a finishing blow, the gourd on his back broke apart and made a large cushion of sand to save his life. By now, Lee's inner gates wore off and left him weak, so as Gaara caught his arm and leg with his sand, he was helpless when the sand-binding coffin crushed the limbs like twigs. If not for Guy jumping down, causing Lee to be disqualified despite already being beaten, Gaara would have killed him. But then came an interesting twist. With 21 fighters, one would be given a free pass and only Choji, the final Sound Genin, and the Kumo Genin remained. Whoever wasn't chosen would automatically pass to the finals, as unfair as it seemed. The final match will be Choji Akimichi versus
Yugito ni.
Naruto paid particular attention to this one. He got a weird vibe from the older blonde that was now squaring off with the overweight leaf ninja below them. It almost doesn't seem fair, Yugito mused as the match was started by the sickly Jounin. Sorry kid, but I'm not going easy on you. To prove this point, her fingernails extended a few inches and grew to a razor point while her toenails did the same, just not to the same length. She grinned and rushed forward to engage Choji in taijutsu with impressive speed and skill. Choji didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell, as the woman was much better than him, not even giving him a chance to use his family bloodline and getting scratched here and there. Lashing out, Choji tried to at least get a hit in but quickly found his fist caught in her grasp before being pulled right into her knee, making him wheeze as it hit his chubby belly. Taking a hold of his shirt, she pulled him again and flipped him over her leg, onto his back with a thump before straddling him and placing her clawed hand near his throat. Give up, kid. I've already won and could have killed you more than once by now, she cooed, making him give up. Naruto hummed lowly, Yugito ni. How interesting. With the preliminaries over, each of the winning genin drew numbers from a box to find out when and who'd they be fighting. And lo and behold, Naruto found himself looking at the slip of paper with the number 1 on it while Niji got number 2. You can't deny fate, Niji sneered at him as they learned that they'd be fighting each other in the first match. What happened in the forest was a fluke. Fate has already declared me the winner. You've forgotten one thing, Hyuga, he shot back with a smirk. Fate is my bitch, making you the bitch of my bitch. We shall see, the white-eyed teen snorted before walking away. Not hours after returning from the Forest of Death, Naruto went to his office and summoned Kabuto, telling him to bring his information on the ones involved with and in the Chūnin exams. Niji, Hyuga, tell me everything you got on him, he ordered, wanting to know all that he could about his next opponent, and seeing as he told Kabuto to gather more information on all that he could during the exams, he expected him to have what he wanted. It took Kabuto a few moments to find what he had on Niji, which wasn't much but enough for now. Niji Hyuga, born July 3rd. He is on Team 9, also known as Team Guy, and was ranked as the Rookie of the Year in his class. Teammates are Rock Lee, the bottom-ranked student of his year, and Tenten, an orphan with no last name. She is a weapons mistress in training. I have his stats listed here as well. Ninjutsu, 2.5, Taijutsu, 3.5, Genjutsu, 2, Intelligence, 2.5, Strength, 2.5, Speed, 3, Stamina, and Hand Seals are a 3. I also have his mission history, but I doubt it'll help much. The team told him while holding a special-made deck of cards that he called his Ninfo or Nin formation cards. Naruto sat behind his desk for a moment and hummed while thinking of what to do. He would destroy the Hyuga in the first match. Not just physically but mentally as well, but for that he'd need information. Kabuto. He spoke while turning to look at the teen. Continue your mission, but I need you to gather all the information you can on Hyuga Niji, his past, secrets, dreams, the ones he cares about, anything that can be of use. What about Orochimaru? He shrugged. The Hokage already knows about the invasion plan. He knew for some time now. You just continue playing spy for the snake, and when the time comes he'll be taken care of. Also, keep an eye out for potential candidates for Red Cell. You're the team medic, but we'll need more. You already know the requirements. With 1 month to prepare themselves, each genin would train, study, and even study their opponents to ready themselves for the finals. But unlike Naruto, those that did try to spy of the competition didn't have a loyal pawn to send out in their place. By the end of the first week, Naruto had all the information he needed against Niji as well as some on the others in the finals. But the 1 month wasn't only for them to train and prepare, it was actually to give various dignitaries the chance to arrive from all over to watch the main events. Even the Kazekage and Reikage would be coming to watch the fights along with the Fire Lord and his family. A few days of Naruto's time were taken so that he could infiltrate the Hokage Manor, where the royal family would be staying to find any weak points that could be infiltrated to assassinate the Fire Lord so that they could be fixed. Out of all the village, the manor was the safest place so far, and he just barely managed to infiltrate the manor once before the Hokage had that weak point fixed. So aside from the updates from Kabuto every couple of days or so, Naruto spent much of his time training, mainly with his main affinity to wind jutsu and brushing up on his skills using some of the less conventional ninja weapons he had like brass knuckles or machetes, many of which he had sealed inside scrolls in his vest. But today he had gotten a message from the Hokage that he needed to go meet someone near the hot springs, and soon found himself growing impatient as he leaned against a tree near the front. Checking the time on a simple watch he'd bought not too long ago, he frowned before hearing a perverted giggle and decided to seek out the source, especially when it came from an out-of-sight area near the female side of the hot spring. What he found was surprising. He half expected to find some kids trying to peep, naturally being curious about such things, but instead of curious kids, he found an old man crouched down by a freshly made hole while scribbling things down on a notebook. The old man wore a green outfit more akin to the older style of ninja clothing and had a sleeveless red coat that reached down to the back of his thighs. He also had a head of spiky white hair with a long ponytail going down his back over a large green and red scroll. "You do know that peeping is considered a crime, right?" He mused aloud, which made the old man tense up before turning to the voice, only to sigh in relief when he noticed that it was only a young blonde ninja. "For a minute there, brat, I thought that I was in trouble." He chuckled lowly as not to catch the attention of the bathing beauties behind the wall. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto glared, not liking how the man just brushed him aside. "Who says that you're not?" The man snickered. "What could you possibly do? You're just some brat." This. Taking a deep breath, Naruto enjoyed the look of realization that the man got just before yelling out that there was a pervert peeping in on the hot springs. The guy tried to stop him, but it was already too late, and Naruto soon made himself scarce as legions of angry women charged over to beat the pervert. Not only those he peeped on, but random women from off the streets who heard the call to action against the pervert. Smirking from a safe distance away, Naruto enjoyed seeing the man get his ass handed to him by a pissed-off mob of the fairer sex before they finally left him twitching in a hole shaped like his body while footprints covered his face, chest, and legs, but mainly centering around his balls. Watching from the safety of his office through the crystal ball, Hiruzen winced in sympathy as his student was beaten, but didn't pity him too much as Jiraiya had taken worse beatings before. The only thing was that Naruto had just gotten the man he convinced to train him, Naruto beaten senseless. Hey! Naruto ignored the voice. Hey kid, wait. I'm trying to talk to you, hey. After walking away from the scene of the crime, he soon found himself being followed after the white-haired pervert who was slowed down by a bad limp and a pain in his sack. Sighing, Naruto came to a stop in the middle of the street and turned to see the man limping over. What is it? You've been following me for the past 10 minutes? You're Naruto, right? With a raised brow, he nodded. Good. Well, I'm here to train you. Maybe you've heard of me, he called out proudly while starting a little dance. I'm the valiant, honorable, and most handsome of men, Jiraiya. Women love me and men want to be me. Hey wait, where are you going? I'm not finished yet. Having turned around in mid-speech, the older man didn't notice until he turned back around to see that Naruto had once again walked away and was now entering a shinobi supply store. Jiraiya followed as fast as his aching testicles allowed him to and found the teen purchasing explosive notes and kunai, which made him grimace. From what he was told by the Hokage, the teen had a tendency to use explosive notes in devious and cunning ways, mainly to give his thrown kunai an extra killing kick. Seeing that the man had followed, Naruto huffed before turning to glare at him. What the hell do you want, old man? Are you really going to harass me in a place full of sharp things and explosives? Look, brat, the Hokage asked me to train you for the exams. Out of the kindness in my heart, I decided to do so, but if this is how you're going to treat me, then forget it. Jiraiya didn't show it, but he smirked on the inside while crossing his arms and closing his eyes, expecting the blonde to apologize so that they could start the training. But as a minute passed without a sound, he opened his eyes to see that Naruto was gone. The man behind the counter leaned against the surface with an amused look on his face. He left a minute ago, Jiraiya-sama, he said while easily recognizing one of the famous ninja from the village. He went towards the ninja residential, distracted by the looks of it. You lost him. Hiruzen chuckled while looking at his student with a mirthful grin as he packed his pipe. And in a store, standing right in front of him, oh, I haven't heard something that funny in a while. Yeah, laugh it up. The Sannin grumbled as he had tried to find the blonde on his own for a few hours, but to his embarrassment, he couldn't. Just tell me where he lives so that I can talk to him. The Hokage handed him a small piece of paper. Here, but do be careful, Naruto is… Well, with how he was treated, let's just say that you might just walk into a trap. He's really good at setting them up. Taking his former sensei's advice, Jiraiya decided not to sneak in through a window like he normally would to try and impress the genin, but instead went to the door. But before he could knock, the sounds of two people procreating reached his highly trained ears, which made him grin stupidly before finding a perch that allowed him to look into the apartment window. The sound of moaning, groaning, and screaming was echoing around the room, keeping everyone in the apartment complex who were trying to rest after getting off of work wide awake. But neither of the two gave a damn, as they were too busy to even come up with a coherent thought. Grunting from his position above the purple-haired woman, Naruto pounded into her in missionary style while holding her hands at her side while biting down on her collar. Fuck! You're getting better. Anko groaned out as his teeth broke the flesh and began to bleed, making her shudder and lock her ankles around his waist. Removing his mouth, now dark pink from her blood, Naruto moved to hover over her face and brutally pressed his bloody lips into hers for a savage, loveless kiss. You like that, don't you? He asked after pulling away, slowing his humps to take deep, powerful thrusts that made her chest bounce. You love my cock, don't you? Say it. Cammy, yes. Anko cried, each powerful thrust slamming into her spot. I love your dick. The blonde chuckled deeply, releasing her wrists to grab hold of her thighs and forcing her to let go with her legs. But her disappointment didn't last as he pushed her legs up until her knees neared her face. He then took her arms and hooked them underneath her knees with a silent order to stay like that as he repositioned himself and restarted his fucking for another few minutes. Naruto hardened inside Anko and started to up his pace even more, meaning that he was close to coming. Anko felt this and knew that he wouldn't last much longer. But then again, so wouldn't she. Anko was fast nearing her own orgasm, and it was going to be a big one. I'm coming, he announced as he pulled out with a grunt, allowing her to stretch out and sit up with her mouth open as he neared while pumping his cock. She hummed as the hot, sticky fluid shot into her mouth and even on her chin before wiping it off and sucking on her finger. swallowing the mouthful. She then smiled up at him before removing his hand from himself and placing her lips around the twitching member. After sucking him clean, she removed him from her mouth with a lewd popping noise and asked, "Ready for more, big boy?" Jiraiya lost track of time as he sat on his perch and wrote notes about all that he saw. Stopping to rub his eyes, he caught sight of the notebook in hand and blinked as he saw that he was nearing the last page. "Cammy, how long can he go?" he exclaimed in awe, as this had been a brand new book with only the first 20 pages full, leaving over 100 blank until now. Looking back, his eyes got even wider. "She can do that!" Anko had never thought that she'd actually think of thanking Orochimaru for something that he taught her, especially something like the tongue expansion jutsu, but now, as she kneeled at the blonde's feet with her tongue wrapped around his dick, giving him a hybrid between a blow job and a hand job with her tongue, she actually thought about telling the traitor thanks before ripping his neck out. Naruto held her head with both hands while groaning at the strange, new pleasurable feeling. Letting her do her thing, it took no time before he covered her tongue in another load for her to swallow. "Whoa, that was new," he mused before pulling her to her feet. "But I still want more. Bend over and show me that sexy ass of yours." Situated on the couch with his feet propped up on the table in his office, Naruto looked at the cork board panel on the wall intently with a calculating look on his face as he looked at the 3 pictures at the top. Each were recent photos taken of the 3 people in the exams that he was interested in or interested in destroying. On the far left was Neji, the one he wanted to destroy. Below it was his family connections, telling him that Neji was the nephew to the current clan head, that his mother died in childbirth, father was killed and sent to Kumo in place of Hinata's father, and so forth. It also had lists of information such as known jutsu, which wasn't much, seeing as Hyuga arrogance had them believing that their family taijutsu and the few other techniques they had were unstoppable. Another list had a particularly juicy pair of weakness to the Hyuga Byakugan, the first being that their so-called all-seeing eye only saw 359 degrees around them, with a blind spot being directly behind them. The second was a bit more practical to exploit, as staying in the tiny blind spot would be tough, as all he'd have to do was shift around to see where he was. He really had to give it to Kabuto for figuring this out. The teen had stayed up late for quite a while to study medical reports on the bloodline that he managed to steal. But it appeared that the Byakugan would be sensitive to massive chakra flares. Kabuto explained it by using the example of how humans had a natural form of night vision, like when they stayed in the dark for a long time and allowed their eyes to adjust to the point where they could see better. Well, the flare would be like looking into a bright light after adjusting to the dark, and since they'd see through their eyelids, there was no chance of blocking it out. The flare would blind them for long though, but they'd be disoriented for more than enough time. Next to the picture of Neji, separated by a line of tape, was a picture of the emotionless sand genin with a major blood fetish known as Gaara. Like Neji, Kabuto managed to scrounge up some good information, but not as much. He had a longer list of Gaara's known jutsu, which were sand-based, and as such, learned a handful of water jutsu in case they fought each other. Gaara's family wouldn't be a weakness to exploit, as Gaara openly showed disdain towards all his family, threatening to kill them all the time, and not just for show. Both his older siblings were terrified of him. The biggest piece of information he had was what Kabuto already knew from the invasion plans, which was that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed demon, Shikaku. Naruto felt a small connection to Gaara due to this, as he had known for years that he too was a Jinchuriki except for the 9-tailed demon fox, Kyubi. Lastly, on the right side of the board was Yujito Ni, who turned out to be Kumo's Jinchuriki for the 2-tailed demon cat, the Nibi. She had been seen playing a shamisen, which was a 3-stringed musical instrument by Kabuto during his spying, and seemed to really enjoy tekadon, rice and fish meal, and milk. She was very skilled and had already been promoted to Chūnin once, almost made it to Jounin too, but something happened which caused her to be demoted right back down to Genin. At least that explained why she was here when she seemed to already be too skilled to be a Genin. But Kabuto wasn't able to get much in terms of jutsu and skill, only some information like her cat claw technique, which he'd already seen while Choji already felt. She also had some strong fire techniques, but seeing as Nibi was a fire demon, it didn't come as much of a surprise. But the information on Gaara and Yujito being Jinchuriki wasn't on paper up on the board. He had them hidden away, as information like that shouldn't be placed out in the open like that, even if it was only in his office. A knock on the door got his attention, but before he could answer it or call for whoever it was to enter, the door opened and in walked the Toad Sage. "I see you're studying your opponents. The man spoke while Naruto frowned, his left eye starting to twitch. You are aware that my office is a Class S restricted area, right? The blonde stated darkly while Jiraiya walked over to the board and looked at the information, waving his statement off. It was true, due to the information stored here, such as village weaknesses and target information for future tests. Hiruzen Sarutobi officially marked the entire floor as Class S, which placed his office right below the Hokage's office and the secret village archives in terms of protection and security. The old man told me that I could find you here, Jiraiya mused while skimming over Niji's section and moving to look at Gaara's. I've been looking for you so that we could continue training. What training? Naruto snapped, removing his feet from the table and loudly stomping them on the hard floor as he leaned up and glared at the man's back. I practiced chakra control techniques that I've already mastered while you peeped on the girls swimming in the nearby river. Staring at the picture of the attractive-looking Kumo ninja, Jiraiya ignored the blonde behind him while taking out his notebook and writing a story idea down, about a ninja who watched a female ninja from a rival village and somehow ended up screwing each other, maybe even falling in love. Glaring, Naruto reached behind his couch and grabbed the handle to one of his hidden weapons before throwing it. The loud crunching sound of a blade breaking through the wooden wall made Jiraiya turn his head to see a hatchet sticking head first only a foot from the side of his head, level with his nose. Slowly turning around, he inwardly grimaced at the cold glare he was receiving and quickly put his notes away, especially with Naruto holding another hatchet like the one he just threw in his other hand. Ah! The pervert started while rubbing the back of his head. Well, I've brought you this scroll. It's the first and second step to the Rasengan. After a lot of convincing or bribing with jutsu, Naruto finally allowed Jiraiya to teach him something as the man seemed dead set on being his sensei. At first Jiraiya tried to get him to sign the contract for summoning toads, but Naruto refused as he failed to see the practical applications of using toads for battle or even spying. After pouting for a few minutes and another round of trying to convince him that toads were good, Jiraiya settled for teaching him the Rasengan but first said that he needed to practice chakra control. Of course, this brought back some bad memories of his previous sensei, but he decided to put up with it so that he'd learn how to use the famous jutsu made by the fourth Hokage. The only reason he hadn't gotten the scroll before now was because the perverted giggling had pissed him off, which led to him throwing a nearby rock into the pervert's skull, causing him to fall out into the river, where he was once again beaten like a red-headed stepchild while Naruto left him to suffer. When the weapon was lowered, Jiraiya handed him the scroll and explained the first and second steps. He would have personally helped with them, but with the impending invasion he was needed elsewhere. Not that Naruto complained, compared to Kakashi, Jiraiya was a much better sensei to teach jutsu. But then again, a monkey with a headband and a kunai taped to its tail would qualify as a better sensei than Kakashi would. With only 2 days left before the finals, Naruto noticed that many important people were already there and enjoying the small festival-like atmosphere around the village. Just yesterday, he saw the Fire Lord's carriage and the Samurai Honor Guard from a distance on Main Street, which was lined with cheering people welcoming the Fire Lord and his family. He'd been resting up for the upcoming fights, only doing light workouts. That is, only if Anko didn't show up to his apartment for a strenuous workout. Speaking of which, Anko had started helping him train, real training, and seemed to be more and more attached than ever. Not that he minded, but he found out that she lived in the same building along with the tower in the Forbidden Forest, and she had all but moved in with him. In fact, he already gave her a key to his door so that she didn't have to break in anymore. I can't wait, Anko mused with a grin as they sat in his living room with the TV on, watching late-night shows. Tomorrow is the day before the finals, and I've already got so much money riding on you. Naruto hummed. Good. Maybe then you can start buying groceries and pay part of the rent since you've seemed to move in with me. He spoke while leaning back with his arms over the back and his head laid back. The woman pouted. Ah, but I'm paying my rent right now, she teased. Naruto raised his head to look down at the woman on her knees in front of him while jerking him off. As I remember, you're the one who likes to fuck every night of the week. She grinned and licked the tip. Only when you're here, you broke me from enjoying it with anyone else and you should have to take responsibility, she told him. Whatever you say, Anko. When it came time for the finals, Naruto woke up with only 20 minutes to spare. Kami, damn it, Anko, he cursed while throwing the covers aside and getting up, leaving a nude, stunned, and confused Anko laying bare for the world to see. I'm fucking going to be late. This is all your fault. She shrugged. Well, you weren't complaining before. Naruto spared a light glare to the woman who rolled onto her side and watched him get dressed while leaning up on her arm, not caring about her state of undress. It was a good thing that he had already laid out his clothing and equipment the night before, or else he'd possibly be too late and get disqualified. With everything in its correct place, sandals secured, weapons sharp and within reach, Naruto tied his headband on and started towards the door, only for the ever-stealthy Chūnin, who'd pretty much moved in with him, to stop him and kiss him on the lips. "For luck," she whispered in his ear. "No, go on and show those brats how a real man does things." He hummed lowly, "Naturally, Enko-chan." Opening the door and stepping out, he glanced behind him to see the ever-shameless woman walk up and lean on the door frame with her arms crossed over her chest, and shook his head with a small chuckle before running off in a blur of speed. Speeding over rooftops and streets, Naruto made it to the large stadium just as the opening ceremony ended, and for the proctor, who was a different shinobi, seeing as Heiei Gecko had been murdered by an unknown shinobi during the month-long break, to call him and Niji to fight. "I see that you made it," Niji sneered at him in Destin. "Not that it matters, your fate has already been decided from the start." "Whatever make you feel better," Naruto said while brushing his comments off as the trash they were. "But I'm still thinking of going through with my previous threat. No one would miss you should I carve your worthless Hyuga heart out. That is, if a arrogant bitch like you Eve has one." The proctor, a man wearing a bandana over his head while chewing a sebon needle, cleared his throat while looking at the blonde. "Seeing as you missed it the first time, kid, the rules are the same as the preliminaries. When I say stop, you stop." Naruto nodded. "Of course." "Gunma." The proctor nodded back and stood between them, looking at them both before jumping back and yelling out for them to begin. In a flash, Naruto sent a kunai sailing through the air at Niji, but, having learned from the past, the Hyuga ducked and got away from it, only for it to stick in the stone wall of the arena directly behind him. "You look jumpy for a Hyuga," Naruto taunted. "Weren't you the so-called protege and rookie of the year? Why so scared of a simple kunai?" Niji glared while activating the Byakugan and getting into his stance. "Oh dear, the almighty gentle fist. I'd be scared if it wasn't for the fact that it's the only thing you know. The suiting that you're on the same team as Lee, the ninja crippled from birth. Then there's you, the one crippled by stupidity." The glare intensified. "You know nothing." Naruto smirked. "I know more than enough, Hyuga slave," he exclaimed while reaching into his pocket where a single set of brass knuckles were waiting. He only had one right now as not to hinder his jutsu abilities, or if he needed to get something else out of his vest or equipment pouches. "Now, how about you quit wasting time, servant, or are you afraid of dying? Just like your worthless father." As a bonus to the audience, seals within the arena would amplify the sounds of fighting or talking between the two contestants, so they heard everything that went on. Sitting in a private section with the Kazekage and the Raikage along with the Fire Lord, Hiruzen hummed lowly. "So that's your strategy, how devious of you, Naruto-kun." That caught the Fire Lord's attention. "What do you mean, Hiruzen Dano?" The Fire Lord was a short, old man whom was known to be very kind and pleasant to deal with. He was even a very close friend to the third Hokage, and was also a fellow fan to the little orange book that the Hokage had hidden in his desk. But despite his old and harmless appearance, the Fire Lord was a master swordsman and was known to spar with his samurai guardsmen from time to time. "From what I've been told, Naruto's been keeping a close eye on his opponent. My student Jiraiya said that he even had lists of information on Niji. He's using source subjects to anger Niji, to pull him into a trap." The Fire Lord nodded slowly. "Ah yes, anger blinds even the most clear-minded of warriors." The Kazekage spoke up next. "But I was under the impression that Uzumaki-kun was the dead last of his year." That made the Hokage smirk and let out a small laugh. "Naruto-kun is very good at the true art of the ninja, deception. You'll only see what he wants you to until it's too late. He even managed to trick me for a while." The implication of the young man tricking the god of shinobi wasn't lost on them, causing their interest in the team to peak to an all-new high. Angered, Niji charged at Naruto with a palm strike aimed to kill, not seeing the dark smirk on Naruto's face as the Byakugan only saw the outline of his body and the chakra pathways inside. Without warning, as Niji got within 7 feet of the blonde, the Hyuga clinched his eyes and veered off course screaming as he tripped and landed on the ground holding his eyes. Naruto began laughing. So much for your all-powerful eyes, huh? Hurts like hell, don't it? Neji deactivated his bloodline and stood up, still blinking his eyes in pain as he glared. What did you do? Oh, like I tell you, servant. Naruto deadpanned before dodging a palm strike to the head, then swinging with his left hand, which had his brass knuckles on. The strike connected with the slightly disoriented teen's side before Naruto took to the air and hit him with a roundhouse kick to the side of the head, sending him to the ground only to recover quickly. Come on, the blonde continued to taunt. Is this really all you got? No wonder you got off on beating up your younger cousin. Shut up. In the audience, Guy gasped as Naruto managed to make Neji lose it. You're now within range, gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji yelled out in a rage while activating his eyes again. 2. The strikes connected with the blonde's body, making him jerk at the force. 4. 8. The hits made him stumble. 16. 32. Naruto coughed but smirked. 64. The final strike slammed into the blonde's chest, a killing blow, but to Neji's shock, Naruto smirked and grabbed his wrist before whispering, boom. Neji's eyes widened before a deafening boom sent him flying, bouncing along the ground and rolling like a rag doll before coming to a complete stop face down in the dirt. As the dust and smoke from the explosion cleared, all the audience saw was a burnt section of ground and Neji laying motionless on the ground. Had the blonde atomized himself in that explosion? If so, then why was Neji still in one piece? As I said before, Naruto's voice echoed from the wall as the kunai stuck into the wall shook before bursting into smoke, revealing that he had been hinged as the kunai the entire time, hidden in the Hyuga's blind spot until said teen was too angry to notice how the kunai had a chakra signature, crippled by stupidity and now by arrogance. Despite most of the village disliking him, they all cheered after seeing such a display. Even the ninjas in the crowd were joining in. Yes, I'm rich. Anko screamed in joy while jumping around in joy, annoying Kurenai who was bumped into multiple times. I knew he'd do it. Just wait, Naruto. You've made me a happy woman and I'm intending on repaying the favor. Anko, Kurenai scolded with a shocked look. He's only a teen. Still doing a little dance while standing on her seat. Much to the joy of the male members of the audience, she laughed out, Who cares? Old enough to kill, old enough to plow my ass raw all night long. She cheered happily as if talking about the weather, making the men who heard pass out from blood loss. She then jumped off the seat and ran off to the area where she could collect her winnings, leaving Kurenai behind with a sweat drop. That was a great fight, Naruto-kun. Kabuto spoke as he approached the teen under his disguise as an ANBU wearing a cream-colored cloak that signified him as an officer-level ANBU. Very clever too. Naruto smirked back at him, as if I'd lose to him, but I'd rather know about the status of the invasion. Does Orochimaru suspect anything? No. He's in place and ANBU teams are already cleaning up the invasion forces as we speak. That made Naruto chuckle lowly. He'd pay to see the look on Orochimaru's pale snake-like face when he realized that he was basically a one-man invasion force with only a light amount of backup in the form of the sound for his personal group of bodyguards. But they couldn't be taken out without his notice, so they left them alone for now. Besides, the Hokage already had a plan in place for taking care of Orochimaru, who was dressed as the Kazekage. Kabuto sensed someone coming and quickly made himself scarce as an ANBU appeared. Uzumaki-san, Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you. He nodded. And so it begins. Hokage Dano, the fake Kazekage spoke as Hiruzen thought about what to do about Sasuke not being here for his match. Surely you could postpone the match? I'd love to see the last Uchiha fight against my youngest. Disgraceful, the Fire Lord exclaimed with the short yet powerful-looking Raikage agreeing. If the Uchiha can't bother to show up on time, then he deserves to be disqualified. Yes, the fourth Raikage spoke roughly. Just because he's the last of his line doesn't mean that he should be treated any different. If you do, then it just shows how weak Konoha has gotten over time. The small jab was ignored as Hiruzen smoked from his pipe. Daimyo-sama and the Raikage are right, Hokage-sama. Naruto spoke as he entered through the door leading to their area. The Uchiha already believes that the village owes him everything just for breathing and his ego is big enough as it is. Ah, Naruto, how nice to see you. Hiruzen spoke with a smile. Good work during your match. I aim to please. The old man hummed thoughtfully before nodding. Sasuke Uchiha will be disqualified. He spoke to a ninja who then body flickered down to the field to tell Genma, who nodded and announced that Sasuke was disqualified and that Gaara was the winner, much to the crowd's anger. Orochimaru seethed and searched out in the crowd to find Kabuto. How dare the old man do that? He'd show him. He'd start the invasion early and kill them all. Naruto and the Hokage's eyes met before Jiraiya appeared and apologized for taking so long. The pervert was going to be Hiruzen's bodyguard, but his appearance meant that the armies had been routed or killed, the surprise attack by Leaf Anbu easily taking care of the unsuspecting army. Behind his mask, Kabuto saw the signal from Orochimaru to start the invasion but ignored it while touching his chest, feeling a slight burning sensation that vanished moments later. He had a new master now. Orochimaru no longer commanded him. The Kazekage's blood pressure skyrocketed as Kabuto seemed to not get the signal, especially as the third match ended with Kankuro forfeiting to Shino before the fourth match started with Shikamaru fighting Temari. A discreet nod from the Hokage set Naruto into motion. Excuse me, Daimyo-sama? He spoke with a respectful bow, ignoring the warning gaze of the two samurai guarding the Fire Lord who smiled pleasantly to him. Yes. How can I help you, Naruto-kun? By the way, that was a wonderful match. Thank you, sir, but if I may, could I have a moment of your time to speak with you outside? He asked as respectfully as possible. The daimyo looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Whatever could it be about? It's private, sir. I mean on disrespect towards the Reikage or Kazekage, but it's a Konoha matter and Hokage-sama has given me his permission to ask you personally. Looking to his friend, the Fire Lord saw him nod and stood from his chair. Very well, let's talk. He spoke before following the teen away from the Kages with the samurai following suit. Once the Fire Lord was out of the room, the Hokage glanced over to Jiraiya and discreetly signaled for him to get ready. Is something wrong, Kazekage Dano? He asked politely. You look stressed. It's nothing, he forced himself to say calmly. Everything is just fine. I see. Hiruzen trailed off before grabbing the collar of his robes. That's surprising to hear, especially when your entire invasion has already been taken care of, Orochimaru. Daimyo-sama, there's no time to explain. Naruto suddenly told him as they left the room and descended a flight of stairs. I've been told to escort you to safety. What do you mean? The Kazekage is Orochimaru. He wants to destroy the village, but we've taken care of the invasionary force. But I need to get you to safety now. The Hokage is about to dash. He was cut off by the sound of a loud bang. Shit, he's already started. Anyway, he's gonna take Orochimaru down now and I have to get you to safety now, he spoke before reaching a bare hallway. Pushing on a brick, it gave way, causing the wall to give and allowing him to slide it open to reveal a decent-sized tunnel. Your wife and children have already been taken to a safe area. Please follow this tunnel, and it'll take you to an ANBU safe house where you'll meet the team guarding them. As the Fire Lord entered the tunnel, he turned and nodded to Naruto. Thank you. I won't forget this. I'm just doing my job, sir. Naruto spoke before he pulled the wall shut and closed it so that no one could follow after them. With that finished, he now had to complete his next objective. Disable the enemy Sand Ninja and Jinchuriki. Gaara Sabaku before he did anything to endanger the village. Hearing the bang, everyone looked up to the Kage's booth to see it covered in smoke and began to wonder what was happening before three figures fell into the arena and began fighting, allowing them to see that it was the Hokage, Jiraiya, and the now unmasked Orochimaru. Gaara watched in the contestant box before hearing his name being called by an unknown voice, making him turn just as Naruto's brass knuckles sent him flying over the rails and into the arena with the blonde in hot pursuit. Everything seemed to happen so fast that no one knew what was happening until four ninja managed to raise a purple barrier inside of the arena, cutting off any other outside forces from helping and trapping those inside. I have to hand it to you, pervert, Naruto mused as he glanced over to the old and loyal Sannin, as he stood on the Hokage's right side, inside the purple barrier made by the four-sound ninja while Jiraiya was on the Hokage's left. I half expected that seal tag to fail. The plan was simple. After Naruto won his match, the Hokage would send for him to come to the stands where he would congratulate the teen. He would then proceed to wait until Jiraiya showed up, and then lead the daimyo to the escape passage before heading towards the room where all the contestants were at to handle the Jinchuriki Gaara. But to counteract the sand defense, even if it was only temporary, a special-made sealing tag had been used on him to completely hide his presence, making it so that the sand wouldn't sense him. Too bad the seal was only temporary and would burn out on its own within minutes. It would have been a great tool in any ninja's arsenal. Well, I am a seal master. The man spoke with a grin before turning serious. Although you were supposed to take him out, not knock him down here. Naruto hummed. Everyone makes mistakes, but this will work to our advantage. Anything that touches the barrier will be incinerated. Nothing can get in and nothing can get out. Orochimaru chuckled, ripping off the already torn Kage robes to reveal his white and tan clothing and the purple rope belt around his waist. Impressive, Naruto-kun. Not many genin know about the Four Flames formation. Gaara blinked owlishly as he staggered to his feet, the side of his face screaming in pain. He'd been hit again, and unlike last time, it hurt much worse, reaching up to touch his now bleeding cheek, which had been gashed open by the sharp corners of the metal knuckles. His eyes widened as he felt the warm wetness that was his own blood. Blood! He whispered frantically as he stared at the bloody fingers, eyes widening as his pupils dilated. My blood.
I'm bleeding.
My own blood. Jiraiya retrieved another seal as he saw the Chūnin ninja begin to lose it. Looks like I'm going to have to take care of him myself. He spoke as he was the only one who knew how to seal the demon's chakra away. Naruto wasn't too good at them, and Orochimaru would target Hiruzen the most as he wanted nothing more than to kill the old man. The Hokage never took his eyes off of his wayward, traitorous student as he was still dressed in his robes. Jiraiya, handle the sealing, he ordered in his Hokage voice, one that had become awe-inspiring during the last war. Naruto. Let's go, Hokage-sama. The blonde spoke while his brass knuckles were clenched in one hand, while he held a kunai between each finger with his other hand. It's time to show this snake the true meaning of what it is to have the will of fire. Ripping fabric filled the air as Hiruzen Sarutobi removed his robes and hat to reveal his old ninja outfit. A black bodysuit with ANBU armor over the chest, forearms, legs, and even some samurai-like armor plating over the hips. Even his hat looked like them as it had armored plates covering the sides and back of his head without blocking his vision. Are you ready for this, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked while staring down the traitorous Sannin with dark, icy-cold eyes as the long cloth that tied his headgear on fluttered behind him. I've dreamed of this for years, old man. It's an honor to fight by your side. A small smile graced the old man's face. No, it's an honor to fight by yours. Moments before they start fighting. Up in the stands, every civilian that hadn't run, Genin, Chūnin, Jounin, and ANBU watched the fight below them. There was nothing that they could do to help until the barrier went down, so all they could do was watch as the old Hokage and a Genin fought against one of the most notorious missing ninja from Konoha. What is Hokage-sama thinking? One man asked as he watched, letting a Genin fight with him. A nearby ANBU glanced over. Hokage-sama knows what he's doing. Uzumaki-san is better than you think. The seals in the arena still worked so they could hear everything that was being said and going on. It's an honor to fight by your side. Naruto's voice rang out. They saw him prepare for what would surely be his final fight. Every Chūnin and above felt their respect soar for the boy who'd willingly fight alongside the Hokage against someone who'd easily kill him, facing the possibility of death without faltering. No. The Hokage's voice followed. It's an honor to fight by yours. It was already a well-known fact to many ninja that both the Hokage and Naruto were close. But hearing those words wasn't just because he was fighting with the blonde, he was fighting alongside of a Konoha shinobi. Those that had fought in the last war felt their blood chill as they remembered the third giving a speech before one of the biggest battles, motivating them and saying that it was an honor to fight with them. Is that really Naruto? Ino whispered alongside Sakura as they heard and saw everything. She knew he changed a lot, but this was too much. Naruto was an idiot, he never spoke like that. It was almost as if he knew this may be his last fight. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru muttered as he watched with rapt attention. Don't die on us, Naruto. Orochimaru substituted himself with a mud clone as the Hokage used the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu to turn what would have been him into a pincushion. Sprinting, he closed the distance and jumped into the air while doing hand seals. "This is too easy," he chuckled in the air, striking Shadow Snake. His tongue changed into a large brown snake that launched forward, clamping onto the Hokage's neck. "With weak jutsu like that, there's no way you can beat me, sensei." He smirked around the snake before glaring as the struggling Kage turned to mud. "Substitution!" Feeling 2 chakra signatures, he spun around to see the Hokage doing hand seals while Naruto was waiting. Earth style, Great Mud River. The ground under him turned into a rushing river of mud, sending him sliding a few yards away before catching himself and doing a hand seal. "Is that all you got?" Orochimaru sneered. Far from it. The Kage growled while doing more seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. A large dragon's head appeared from the still rushing river of mud and began launching rocks like a dragon's breathed fire. The Hokage then nodded to Naruto. "Ready, Naruto." "Ready." Rearing his head back, Hiruzen did 2 more seals and threw his head forward. Fire Dragon Bomb. Naruto finished a short series of hand seals and aimed a palm towards the fire and earth flying at Orochimaru. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A sudden gust of wind hit the previous jutsu, turning the fire white hot and speeding both the river and the flying rocks towards the stunned Sannin, who was unable to move due to the mud river around him. They combined the fire, earth, and wind styles. Asuma gasped at the attack while his cigarette dropped to the floor. While he was extremely worried about his father right now, he couldn't help but be amazed. The combined attacks exploded on contact and Orochimaru's screams filled the air before being overcome by the mud which knocked him down and put out the flames, revealing burned earth and nothing else. "You can stop your little act, Orochimaru," the Hokage glared as he looked at the area where the Sannin had once been. "Oh well." The sickening voice came from the ground as said man slithered out of the ground like the snake he was. "But fair's fair, it's foolish to underestimate me." Naruto smirked. "I'd say the same to you." A sudden hissing noise at his feet alerted him to the fact that Naruto had somehow managed to throw a kunai along with the attack, a kunai with an explosive note on it. But instead of a badly torn-up body painting the walls of the stadium, mud sprayed all over the ground, making Naruto frown. "He's a slimy fucker, isn't he?" The Hokage nodded. "Did you really think such a simple trick would get me?" Orochimaru spoke while once again appearing out of the ground. "Although, that was pretty good." The sad thing is, Naruto spat out with only one kunai now in his hand, the other now laying on the ground by his feet as it was too awkward to use like that. "I did expect you to fall for it, after all, you can't even lead a proper invasion." "That reminds me," Orochimaru spoke, the taunt not bothering him in the least. "How did you find out about it, sensei?" Both of them smirked. "Now that would be telling," the old man spoke before Jiraiya appeared. Gaara now out cold with a seal keeping his demon at bay while a few more kept his chakra sealed while in an induced coma-like state. "Took you long enough?" Naruto said without looking at him as he arrived, making the man shrug his shoulders. "Turns out that my seals didn't work when he knew I was there." Orochimaru glared at the 3 for a moment before smirking. "Now this isn't fair. 3-on-1. How about I even the odds?" The man performed a series of hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground, causing a large wooden casket to raise from a purple portal on the ground. "First." The snake Sannin chuckled out before another followed. "Second." Realizing what they were, Hiruzen sent a wave of shuriken at them. "We have to stop it," he yelled, causing the other 2 to do the same. Kunai and shuriken pelted the 2 wooden caskets before Naruto's kunai exploded, stopping the 3rd casket from rising but giving him a good view of the symbol on the front. "Fourth," Naruto thought to himself while wondering what it was. The 2 doors off the front fell and what he saw made it clear. He summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Came the collective thoughts of pretty much everyone in the arena and stands. He nearly summoned the 4th. Naruto thought to himself, thinking about the man who'd condemn him to hell. "What are you going to do now, Sarutobi-sensei?" Orochimaru laughed as the caskets dissolved into dust, allowing him to place a kunai with a red tag into their skulls. There was a tense silence before they heard a small sob. Naruto glanced back and was shocked to see the old man shed a tear. "Demon," Hiruzen ground out as he wiped his eyes. "They're just as I remember." "Old man," Naruto spoke as the two dead Hokages took a slow step forward. "Snap the fuck out of it, we all need you here. Don't let these puppets trick you. Orochimaru just wants to scare you." He really didn't know if it was them or not, but he needed to say something. The old man was the only one who had been able to defeat one back in the day, and neither him or the pervert would be able to do this alone. "You're right," the man spoke while getting himself together. "They're just puppets." By now the two Kages were running over, and the third stepped in front of Naruto while forming hand seals. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Hiruzen's chest puffed out before he released an intense stream of fire that engulfed the first and second Hokages, stopping them in their tracks. Water style, Water Wall, came the voice of the second before a large wall of water appeared out of thin air. He used water out of the air, Naruto thought as the fire vanished and the two continued to sprint, making it over in no time. The second Hokage first kicked Jiraiya aside before putting Hiruzen on the defensive, but the first set his sights on Naruto much to his worry. Jumping under a leg-sweeping kick, Naruto staggered back as a back fist follow-up connected with his chest and lost his footing before being kicked in midair. "Too fast," he thought as he was quickly beaten and knocked into a wall. Grimacing, he looked up to see the second Hokage holding the other two off despite them trying to help him, while the first Hokage approached with a kunai. The kunai he dropped on the ground before. "Go back to hell," he growled out with a bit of blood dripping from his mouth before making a half-seal, thinking Kami that seals could be remotely detonated or timed. The kunai exploded, sending the first Hokage flying off to the side as his arm and leg were destroyed. "How surprising," Orochimaru spoke as he appeared by Naruto and kicked him in the face, the force snapping his head around as he skidded across the ground. "Who would have thought that a brat like you could do that?" Naruto coughed, spitting blood onto the grass below him before Orochimaru appeared next to him, towering over his body and staring at his back. "Such a waste, you could have been a great ninja, Naruto-kun. Too bad I have to finish you before you grow into an even bigger threat." He heard the sound of a blade being drawn, but where had the man gotten it? "Naruto, no!" The teen gasped as a blinding pain in his back flared before it continued through him and to his front. The pain lessened but only slightly before a foot turned him onto his side, allowing him to see Orochimaru smirking at him while holding his sword, the legendary sword of Kusanagi that now dripped with his blood. "You look just like your father, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru continued to say before sneering. "How I hate that man." He stabbed the blade into Naruto's torso again, this time leaving it there and turning away to smirk at the Hokage and Jiraiya, who watched with horrified eyes. Naruto looked at the blade with wide, unfocused eyes and an open mouth, coughing more blood than before as his hand slowly touched the blade. But he could do no more and slowly let his head drop back, holding the blade limply while staring up into the sky with his beautiful blue eyes. "So you're just going to give up?" Naruto opened his eyes to find himself floating in an endless sea of white and unable to move as a young girl behind him spoke. That voice. "Really, Naruto? I thought that you'd never give up. You promised. Is that really you?" He spoke unsurely, his voice weak and cracked, but not from the fight. It was emotional. "Of course it is. Now get your lazy bum up and fight. Nothing can stop Naruto Uzumaki, right? I know one thing, if it was me, I wouldn't give in no matter what. Now come on, get up. It's not your time yet." Hiruzen and Jiraiya fought against the two former Hokages with all their might, pushed by their anger and grief at seeing the young blonde die. Jiraiya fought the first Hokage while the older man fought his sensei the second, and both were starting to tire. No matter what they did, the two would heal. "Damn it, I'm running out of energy," both thought before the two Kages froze and turned to dust, leaving the bodies of two sound genin laying on the ground. "What happened?" "Ah!" Hearing Orochimaru's pained scream, both looked to see a shocking sight. Opening his eyes and letting out a pained gasp for breath, Naruto's fist sight was that of the pervert and the Hokage slowly losing their fights. I have to help them, he thought, focusing on them instead of the pain. But the two Kages heal every wound. Then it hit him, Orochimaru must have been the reason. Take him out and they fall as well. The pain of the sword through his gut reminded him of his situation, so he did the only thing he could. He grabbed it and began pulling it out. Spurts of blood came from the wound while the one above it just continued bleeding, adding onto the pool below him. But thankfully, the sword wasn't too deep into the ground, so he was soon free of it and able to crawl to his hands and knees. With the Kusanagi in hand, he used it to help himself up and slowly but silently staggered towards the back of the Sannin. With each step, blood poured from his wounds to the point where pure hate and determination to kill Orochimaru had to be the only thing keeping him alive. Taking aim, he readied the blade and rammed it through the man's back, eliciting a scream of pain as the blade easily cut through the man. Just die, you piece of shit, he screamed out, blood no coming from his mouth as he used his free arm to wrap around his neck. Orochimaru struggled against the death grip the blonde had around his throat, unable to force him off. I killed you, the man hissed out while fighting against him. Releasing the handle and using his body to keep the blade in the struggling man's back, Naruto reached into his kunai pouch, grabbed one and swung his arm around the Sannin's side, jamming the explosive blade deep into the man's torso. Well, if I die, I'm taking you to hell with me, he choked out before the explosive went off. Back again, huh, Naruto-kun? Ever so slowly, Naruto opened his eyes to once again come face to face with the endless void of white. You, am I? The little girl giggled from behind him. Of course not, silly. We're just in limbo. I told you before, didn't I? It's not your time yet. Kami-sama doesn't have a place for you just yet. Then why are you here? He questioned softly, closing his eyes as all he saw was white, still unable to move as he seemed to hang in mid-air. Small, slender arms wrapped around his waist as a head pressed up against his back. Because I've missed you, silly. Kami-sama, yet me come keep you company while you're here. I see. He trailed off with a small smile on his face, wishing to be able to move and return the embrace. Thank you, Imiko, for everything. Her soft giggles sounded like heaven, bad pun or not. Well, someone had to make you get off your butt and live, she hummed while tightening her hold. The blonde felt a single tear fall down his cheek. Imiko-chan, please, can I see your face again? Sorry, Naruto-kun. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Why? You're still suffering from that night, unable to let go of what happened. Naruto cut her off. I can't just let it go, he shot out hotly, not bothering the girl hugging him from behind. Not after that. I'll never forgive them. Naruto-kun, if there's one thing I've learned here, it's that forgiveness isn't for the other person, it's for yourself. I can't forgive myself either. There was a small sigh. You always were a hard head, but you still have time to figure it out. It was nice to talk to you again, Naruto-kun. Please don't come back for a long time. You still got lots to do before you die. A sudden jolt slammed through his body, making his body jerk uncontrollably as the sound of his heart beating filled the air around him. Bue bue Naruto-kun. Imiko cheered as he felt self get pulled away from her grasp, pain filling every corner of his body as the white void faded to black. Imiko. Hokage-sama, are you okay? A medic ninja asked as multiple medical ninja jumped into the arena to aid them now that the barrier fell, the four ninja holding it up falling to the ground like puppets without their strings. The old man slapped the offered hand away. My wounds don't matter. Help Naruto, he ordered as if the circle of nearly 10 medics kneeling around the blonde could get any more crowded as they quickly worked to stabilize the teen. NBU quickly took the body of Orochimaru and vanished, leaving the medics to work while the audience in the stands watched with bated breath. There's no pulse, one medic yelled out, readying defibrillation jutsu. The medic's hands started glowing as each medic quickly took their hands away from the teen, as the shock would also hit them if they were connected. Clear. The teen's body jumped with the current straight to the chest. Still nothing again. And, clear. Another medic checked the heart and nodded. We have a pulse. The blonde's eyes snapped open as he took a breath, spitting blood a few inches up into the air as he looked up into the sky, not even registering the blood that fell back onto him as he whispered out a single name. Emiko. Quickly! Another medic yelled out, his uniform different from the others to signify him as a higher rank. Stabilize him for transport, we need to get him to surgery now. His lungs are filling with blood. The sword must have punctured one. Emiko. Damn it. Someone sedate him. Once again, Naruto felt his body go numb before falling into a world of darkness. With the invasion over, with pretty much no collateral damage done to the village itself, Hiruzen mainly had to deal with what to do about Suna betraying them. Upon capturing Temari and Kankuro along with Gaara, whom was being held in a seal-induced coma, they learned a little information about why Suna broke the treaty, and he couldn't help but agree with their reasons despite everything. Their treaty stated that they would aid each other, but so far, Suna has been suffering as all the good missions went to Konoha. Even the Wind Daimyo was cutting their funding and sending missions to the Hidden Leaf. But to make matters worse, they did noting about it and allowed Suna to fall apart, making it child's play for Orochimaru to trick into fighting against Konoha. Days later, a meeting was called by Suna's acting Kazekage, Baki, to reveal that the Kazekage had been murdered on the trip to Konoha and Orochimaru had done it to continue manipulating them. In the end, he was still debating on what to do as punishment against Suna, as such a betrayal wouldn't go unanswered. He wasn't going to allow the council to choose, especially with Danzo, seeing as the man would push for war in just about anything. But right now, Hiruzen was inside the military hospital, walking towards the ICU where Naruto was being held as he was healed. It had been a few days, but the sheer amount of damage done to him would take weeks to heal, even with the fox inside of him working overtime. Oh, Hokage-sama! The head doctor spoke as he spotted the old man walking towards him. Here to see Naruto-san? I was just on my way to check on him. He nodded and both went to the room where they found the teen laying on top of the bed in a pair of loose cotton shorts. They usually gave them gowns to wear, but with the nature of his injuries they wanted to keep his bandages out in the open so that they could change them every now and then. How is he? Lucky to be alive. The doctor spoke while picking up a chart. Multiple broken bones, ruptured organs, 2 stab wounds, one of which pierced his lung. His hand was mangled by the explosion, which also covered parts of his body in third-degree burns. His brain suffered a lot of bruising, and he nearly snapped his spine, but thanks to his condition, he'll make a full recovery within a month at the least. The doctor trailed off with an impressed look. A lesser man would have died already. I don't give up. Both heads snapped over to the teen to see him breathing heavily while looking at them. Naruto-kun. Hiruzen gaped in astonishment, which the doctor mirrored. You're not supposed to wake up for days. He grinned weakly. You know me, old man, I don't like being in hospitals. Well, that may be, he smiled back at the teen. But I order you to stay here and recover, Chūnin Uzumaki. Also, I should tell you, your name in the standing for you to be awarded with the rank of Special Jounin for service going above and beyond the call of duty. That's nice. But I'll think about it later. I'm starting to feel this morphine kicking in. See you later, old man.
Pleasant dreams, Naruto-kun. Pleasant dreams.
So how do you feel, Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked as he managed to sneak into the hospital room that had been Naruto's home and office for the past week and a half. He then proceeded to undo the bandages covering the blonde's chest and rewrapping them on his request. Naruto's response was a grunt. I'd be a lot better if these idiots knew how to wrap bandages. There to protect the stitches, not to be a tourniquet. Kabuto silently agreed but tried to start a conversation. Anko-san has tried to break in to see you for the 6th time, I believe. Also, you've been the talk of the village, taking down Orochimaru, nearly dying to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a fan club by now. Oh, and apparently you're going to be given the bounty from Orochimaru, his sword too, since you're the one who killed him. The Hokage's waiting until you return to active duty first before you get them, though. Don't sound so bad, he mused. It may be the drugs talking, but I don't see the problem with having a group of devoted, yet still slightly creepy girls willing to do everything and anything I ask. He neglected to mention the stalking, the stealing of underwear, peeking and taking pictures as he left the shower, trying to snip and worship pieces of hair, And lastly, the eventual insanity caused by unrequited love that turned a fangirl into a rapist lunatic who tried to rape and kill him, screaming, "Why don't you love me?" as she stabbed into his bound and gagged body over and over again before slitting her own throat. "So how's that possible candidate coming along?" Naruto continued as he laid back, the bandaging now done correctly. "Yes, well, I've managed to contact her. She's suspicious but interested. She's requested to speak with you, but seeing as you're busy, I've gotten her to agree to wait until you're released and back to fighting form. Oh, and her name's Yakumo Kurama." How she managed to sneak past the ANBU guards who already knew that she would try to sneak in thanks to her previous attempts, he'd never know. But after the second week of annoying doctors, bitchin' nurses, and horrible food, he welcomed her with open arms. Especially when she helped him escape from the hospital and took him to his, or their apartment. Naruto, still wearing his shorts, huffed as he eased himself down on his couch. This was the sorest he'd ever felt in his life. He'd take a stabbing any day, but from what he'd been told, the explosion was what hurt him the most and was the primary source of his aches and pains.
Oh, Naruto-kun.
Anko sang as she came in with a steaming bowl of what smelled like ramen. "Your personal nurse is here to feed you." Slowly turning his head, a tent formed rather quickly in his pants at the sight of Anko wearing a short white dress with a red cross on the breast pocket as well as the back. From his position, he could tell that she wore no panties and that if she bent over, her entire rear would be shown to the world. As she got closer, his lowered position on the couch allowed him to see her freshly shaven mound. She smirked and sat next to him on the edge of the couch. Now, Anko mused while placing the bowl down on a coffee table and rubbing the tent of his shorts slowly. "You have to eat lunch before we move on to dessert." If it was anything other than ramen, one of the only things he loved as he played a fool and still did love to this day, he'd have to disagree. So he allowed her to spoon-feed him, enjoying the feel as she'd lick any of the broth that spilled onto him off. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said to him suddenly as he finished eating. "For killing Orochimaru, She launched into a story about how her life had been hell due to Orochimaru being her sensei, how people distrusted her because of it and hated her. Orochimaru had been that one thing that always haunted her, and he set her free of the curse mark that she wore on her shoulder. She was cut off when he pulled her close, ignoring the pain as he did so, and kissed her. Not the lustful kiss they normally shared, but a real one between those who cared for each other. As they broke the kiss, Anko laid half on his chest with both arms between her and him, her hands resting just below his neck as they stared in each other's eyes before she shivered as a small breeze made her realize that her ass was completely uncovered. "Naruto, let me thank you," she whispered before sliding down his body and towards his shorts. "For everything. Hokage-sama, Naruto-san has gone missing from the hospital." Looking up from behind a foot-tall stack of papers, Hiruzen smiled at the Chūnin who reported this to him and waved him off. "Don't worry, I know about it." What the Chūnin didn't see was that behind the stack of papers wasn't more paperwork, but his all-seeing crystal ball, which just so happened to show Anko showing Naruto her thanks for killing Orochimaru. Looking back down, he could have swore he saw Naruto glaring up directly at him through the crystal ball.
Hey brat.
Naruto inwardly groaned. "What do you want, pervert?" he questioned as he saw Jiraiya enter his apartment via the front door, which he could have sworn was locked by Anko after she left. Today made it exactly 1 month since he was put on medical leave after what happened in the Chūnin exams. "You look relaxed. Must be all that rest you've been getting." He saw the strange look Jiraiya had but pushed it aside. Surely the man didn't know about his relations with Anko. "You still didn't answer my question. What do you want? And why did you break into my apartment?" The white-haired Sannin smirked. "Because I could. No door can stop the great Toad Sage. But I came to ask if you want to come with me. I'm gonna find my old teammate, Tsunade, and bring her back to the village." I thought that she didn't want anything to do with Konoha. "She doesn't. But the old man feels that it's time to retire. He wants her to take his place." Naruto thought about it. Sure, he was now healed but still a bit stiff in his joints from disuse, and he still technically had some more leave time to enjoy. But on the other hand, he could go with him and watch him get his ass beaten by the legendary pervert basher with both a bad drinking problem as well as a gambling problem with a debt to prove it. It would also give him the perfect chance to get in good with the new Hokage if he did manage to get her to come back. Fine, when do we leave? Jiraiya soon found out that his wanting to bring Naruto along with him was a bad idea. Not that the teen slowed him down. In fact, Naruto's unwillingness to let him peep in secrecy made it difficult to do any research, and once they found that Tsunade wasn't in the town they'd been searching, they quickly headed to the next. He had originally figured that they'd take quite a while to go search though each town, stopping to peep and flirt, but quickly found himself more than a week ahead of schedule as Naruto refused to let that happen. Anytime he tried to sneak off to go peeping, Naruto found him within an hour at the most and would set off the pervert alarm, ending with either an epic chase around town or a beatdown. He was more accepting of his flirting, so long as they were staying in the town for the night. And if Jiraiya did manage to woo a female, aka get her drunk enough to have sex with, it never bothered Naruto seeing as he had the money to pay for his own room. Are you sure your information is correct? Naruto asked as they stopped at the 5th bar in the village, only for a man to fly through the wall like a wrecking ball. I said I'd have the money when I had it? A woman screamed from the destroyed wall. When will you idiots learn? Another younger voice then yelled out, Tsunade-sama, you shouldn't do that. The two looked at each other, Jiraiya with a grin on his face. Well, what do you know, your information was solid. For once. Naruto mused before heading towards the bar with a smirking pervert following behind him. Hey, billboard brow. Sakura's eye started twitching as she heard her one-time friend, turned rival, call out her nickname in the middle of a busy street in the shopping district of the village. Turning to glare at the blonde, she replied with a growl. What do you want, Ino pig? Have you seen Naruto? That caused the pinkly to calm down, taking her mind off of the nom she'd been called as she thought about her once upon a time teammate. No, I haven't. He was transferred off the team, at least that's what Kakashi-sensei said. She spoke while looking down at the road. No longer could she find it in herself to call him an idiot or think about hitting him, not after what she saw. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. She had always called him names and degraded him over stupid things, believing that he'd never become a good ninja in 100 years. Yet, she saw him fight Nichi, the rookie of the year in the graduating class before them, and win. Then she saw him fight alongside the Hokage and nearly die. Compared to that, she knew that she'd never measure up to something like that. There was just no way that she would be able to even claim to have done something as amazing and terrorizing. When she saw him take down the first, she'd been shocked and started to cheer. But that cheer quickly turned to a horrified gasp when he was stabbed and left to die. Why are you looking for him anyway? Ino moved the fringe of hair covering the side of her face, only for it to fall back in place. I want to know what happened to him. He's so different now. I mean, the last time I saw him he was bouncing around wearing orange, then he shows up during the exams acting like an ice cube and dressed for war. Oh, Sakura muttered. Well, I haven't seen him, actually. I haven't seen him for a long time after we came back from Wave. He just disappeared until the exams. Sensei told us that the Hokage personally removed Naruto from our team until the exams for a classified reason. Smelling a good story and juicy rumor material for one of her favorite pastimes of gossiping, Ino found herself even more intrigued than before. Really? Well then, looks like I got some snooping to do. Wanna come with? It'll be just like old times. Sakura thought about it for a minute and nodded. Sure. What do you want, Jiraiya? Snapped the irritable-looking blonde with narrowed hazel eyes. As Naruto sat next to the white-haired pervert, he found himself seated across from a dark-haired woman in a dark kimono while holding a small piglet in her arms that wore a small red vest with white wrappings around its belly and a pearl necklace around its head. Can't a guy come visit his teammate and say hi? He asked, making Naruto inwardly sigh as he already saw that the man was beating around the bush. The bar they were at wasn't anything fancy, but it did double as a small grill, cooking up simple things for people as they got drunk. Can I get you anything to drink, sir? Questioned a man while looking pointedly as Naruto. As he was the only one without a drink, Tsunade was pouring herself sake out of a large bottle while Jiraiya joined in, producing a cup of his own from somewhere. The woman across from him had a glass of melting ice and a small bowl sitting in front of her, most likely for the animal in her arms. Tea will be fine, he told the man before he left to get the order. He wasn't much of a drinker, so he wasn't going to get any sake despite being able to now that he was technically an adult. Hey, who's the brat? The female Sannin asked after downing another shot of sake and beginning to pour another. Jiraiya chuckled a bit. Naruto Uzumaki. Here's your tea, sir. Naruto didn't notice the widening of Tsunade's eye or the woman's across from him, as the man had distracted him momentarily. Thanking him, he turned back to them to notice that Jiraiya had pulled out a deck of blue cards and was shuffling them. The two went back and forth for a while, playing a couple games with Tsunade mainly losing or folding. Jiraiya finally told her that she had been chosen to be the Hokage since the old man wanted to retire. Again, but the woman wasn't thrilled. She even had the gall to insult the position and any who wanted to be the Hokage, saying that only a fool would take the job. So your great-grandfather was a fool? Naruto questioned with a low voice as he looked coolly at the woman. Your great-uncle was the Hokage too, so was he a fool too? Her grip tightened on the cards. Jiraiya told me about you while we were looking for you. He said that your brother died dreaming of being chosen to be the Hokage. Was he a fool too? Shut up, you don't know anything, the woman hissed out with a glare. Naruto hummed, finishing off the tea and setting it down on the wooden table. I know enough, and the only thing that old man Hokage was foolish about was believing that a dried-up old prune with a drinking problem and has every debt collector from every end of Fire Country on her tail could be a good Hokage. He frowned before standing up. I have better things to waste my time on besides this failed mission. I'll be training on finishing the Rasengan if you need me pervert. The woman turned her sharp gaze to her former teammate. You taught him the Rasengan? Why set him up for failure like that? Naruto stopped with his back to them. That's the same question I think I'll ask the old man when we get back to the village. Why choose an old bitch like you and set Konoha up for failure? What did you say, punk? The blonde demanded as she stood, nearly knocking the table over as she did. You want to fight right now? Naruto smirked. Outside. Right now. Standing in the now empty street, Naruto and Tsunade stared each other down while Shizune, the girl in the kimono, and Jiraiya stood to the side. Tsunade-sama, please don't do this, the girl pleaded. Can't you two just talk about this? Shut it, Shizune. This punk wants to pick a fight, then he's got one. Me pick a fight? Naruto replied with a raised eyebrow. Is your old age catching up with you? You challenged me. Be careful, Tsunade-chan, the other Sannin warned. He's better than you think. The woman vanished and appeared directly in front of Naruto, flicking him in the forehead with a smirk of her own that snapped his head back and knocked him off his feet. But Naruto turned to smoke, making their eyes widen. Shadow clone? But when did he switch? Rasenkaze, announced the teen as he burst through the smoke with a glowing blue ball in his hand, thrust out towards her chest. Tsunade caught it and pulled his arm past her, pulling his whole body along as well and into her knee, causing him to lose control of the attack in his hand. But instead of bursting into nothing but strong breezes of wind in every direction, it all burst forward and carved a large oval-shaped spiral into the ground, which made the two Sannins gape in astonishment. Naruto fell to his knee gasping for breath while the woman just stood there, taking advantage. He quickly palmed a kunai and stabbed downwards only to be punted like a ball as the blade stabbed into the ground, just barely missing her foot. Just give up, punk. You can't beat me. She mocked him as he stood up, only to raise an eyebrow when he smirked over at her. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Tsunade jump. Her old training taking over, the blonde leapt into the air just in time for the kunai to explode with a human-sized fireball that scorched the ground and left a small hole where the now ruined blade lay without a handle. Exploding tags. She mused as she landed perfectly well out of the blast radius, which was impressive as she was wearing some heels. Exploding tags were one of the more expensive tools used by ninja. Aside from custom swords and armor that older ninja had made, exploding tags were probably the most costly basic item available. Naruto, that's enough, Jiraiya yelled while getting between them, seeing that the teen had another kunai in hand. We can't have you throwing those damn things all over town. Someone might get hurt. That made Tsunade's eyebrow raise. That brat used explosive tags regularly? That had to be pretty expensive, and with what she knew about him being treated unfairly due to his condition, it really made her question how it was possible. Spinning the kunai by the ring, Naruto hummed and slid it back into the equipment pouch on his thigh. You're right. Besides, I already won. What? The woman asked. What makes you think that? The teenaged blonde looked at her. If the pervert here didn't say anything, my bomb would have taken you down. I'm tougher than I look, she shot back, making Naruto smirk. You're older than you look too. Why you little dash? In a flash, Shizune was in front of the woman holding her back while the piglet Taunton had Tsunade's pants leg in her mouth, trying to help the dark-haired woman. Tsunade-sama, no, please calm down. So this is where Naruto lived? Sakura spoke while standing on the dirt road outside of an old apartment building in the poorest slums of the village, part of which was still damaged due to what happened a while back. Ino nodded. That's what I heard. Come on, let's go check it out. They jumped to the top floor where a decent-sized chunk was taken out of the wall while the door was blown to hell. The wood still there was blackened and charred, having been on fire at one point, and shards of broken wall still littered the floor. Damn, I wonder what happened here, Ino muttered as they walked in. This is? Or it was his apartment. There's no way he'd still be living here. A couch laid on the far wall, overturned and torn up with the fabric molding from water damage due to the roof leaking. Come on, let's look around, Sakura said before going in opposite directions. Ino heading towards the only other room while Sakura headed towards the kitchen part of living room. There was a small two-door cabinet on the wall above a counter made of rotting wood. A stove that was older than her sat next to it while an even older fridge sat on the other side. How could anyone live like this? Sakura asked herself, not knowing what she'd do since she lived a pampered life at her parents' large house, as she checked the cabinets and drawers in the counter only to find them empty. Opening the fridge proved to be the worst mistake she had ever made, the smell of mold and sour milk filling her nose and making her gag as she slammed it. The smell was so bad that she could feel it hit her like a wave. Ino walked into the next room to find a bare bedroom with a dirty old mattress leaning against the wall with a small wooden box sitting next to it. The closet door was open and empty, so she went to the door leading to the bathroom and looked around. It was dark, so when she flipped on the lights, causing the single light bulb hanging above her to flicker on and off like a horror movie, she jumped back at the sight of roaches scurrying out of sight and shuddered. No offense to Shino and his clan, but bugs were creepy crawly and gross. Refusing to go any further in, she just looked at what she could see and saw what appeared to be blood dried on the broken mirror over the sink, in the shape of a hand print. Smaller spots were dried to the outside rim of the sink and were dark from age. How long has it been there? And why was it there for that matter? Naruto didn't know what changed Tsunade's mind about returning to become the 5th Hokage. At first he suspected that Jiraiya bribed her, but when a debt collector found her, Tsunade sent him running under the threat of bodily harm, officially killing that thought. But now he found himself laying on a futon in a small inn that they decided to stay in for the night. Jiraiya and Tsunade went out to drink, leaving the other three behind at the inn to do whatever, and since neither really knew each other, him and Shizune just went their separate ways. Hey Jiraiya, tell me about the kid, Tsunade spoke as they sat at the bar next to each other with their own bottles in front of them. The teen had been on her mind lately for some reason, and she found herself wanting to know more. After all, if she was going to be the Hokage, then she'd need to know her ninja, right? The pervert hummed into his cup. Not much that I can say right now, he told her, which really caught her interest. Everything except his standard file is classified now with S-rank clearance. Only the Hokage can read them, and he's planning on telling you personally, so I'm honor-bound to take what I know to the grave. Really? She mused, trailing off. While he couldn't tell her exactly what was there, what he did say was his way of going around the rules for her. S-rank clearance could only mean a few things. Either the teen's information was a dirty little secret of the village that their sensei didn't want anyone to know, which wasn't possible with the situation, or the information was classified for security reasons, like how ANBU were required to hide their identities from the public. And if it was restricted to Hokage's eyes only, then it meant that it was a very important secret, as even ANBU commanders and certain other trustworthy people could get access if they had to. A Hokage-only file was kept hidden away from the other files, and only the Hokage could know where. Yep. So what can you tell me? The man shrugged. He's a Chūnin, loves explosives, hates his former team dash. He hates his team, she questioned in surprise. How do they get anything done? Former team, I said. Former. Jiraiya told her while making sure that the word was heard. Sensei removed him from the team and only put him back in for the exams. He's been on medical leave since then. But I can tell you this, you'll be working with him a lot more than you will any other ninjas. Why? Usually a group of retired ninja handled the assigning of missions to ninja. The Hokage only did so if she wanted to or if it was an important mission. He took a sip of his drink before speaking lower so that no one could overhear. Sensei's been personally assigning him missions. I can't say why, but you'll understand when you speak to Sensei. Tsunade poured herself another glass. I heard that Orochimaru attacked the village and was killed. Didn't hear much more though. Did Sensei do it? Jiraiya waited until she started drinking. Nope. Naruto killed him. She spat the sake all over the bar, choking and coughing. That kid did it? She said in shock as she wiped her face clean of the sake. How in the hell did he pull that off? Well. Shikamaru looked up to where Ino was standing inside, muttering a troublesome under his breath. I don't know where Naruto is. I haven't seen him since the finals. He told them as they interrupted his cloud-gazing time asking if he knew where Naruto was, even though he would like to know some things about said blonde. Choji looked thoughtful. I didn't see him, but I've heard a rumor, he said next to his friend and teammate while holding a bag of chips. That scary lady from the second exam might know where he is. I heard that they've been hanging out together. That caused Ino and Sakura to share a glance. They were scared of her enough just from that one day and didn't like the idea of approaching her to ask if she's been hanging out with Naruto. No telling what she might do to them. Tsunade just sat there and listened to the story. At first it seemed too unrealistic, something you'd see in a movie or read in a book, but Jiraiya swore on Ika that he was truthful and that if he was lying, he'd give up writing. Now if she knew anything about the man, then she knew that writing smut was his pride and joy in life, so he wouldn't ideally risk it if she did check his story later with their sensei. Naruto and Sensei fought together against Orochimaru, then against the second and first Hokages. The thought of Orochimaru bringing the shells of her family made her blood boil, but when Jiraiya told her about Naruto being stabbed and nearly dying made her anger drop. But the guy had somehow found the strength and got back up after pulling the blade out of his lower chest, sneaking up on Orochimaru to stab him before blowing both the snake and him up with an explosive tag. Damn Naruto-kun. Now that's what I call a man, she thought with her heart thumping inside her chest. Wait, she then said inwardly with a hint of shock. Did I really just think that? The sounds of cheering filled the air around Konoha as every off-duty ninja and civilians crowded the streets and rooftops around the Hokage Tower, looking at the lower balcony that overlooked the main square outside of the tower. Hiruzen smiled at his female student and successor as he backed away, having once again went though the honor of passing the torch to another. It wasn't a complex ceremony. He gave a small speech to the village, introduced Tsunade as the new Hokage and presented her with the hat, before running her through the Hokage's traditional oath. Tsunade just stood at the edge of the balcony with her hands on the rails, just taking in the cheers that everyone gave her. So this is what her great-grandfather, his brother, Sarutobi-sensei, and Minato felt when they were inaugurated. Looking around with a small smile, she caught sight of a blonde in the distance and spotted Naruto sitting on the ledge of a two-story building clapping slowly as he watched the whole thing. Despite their rough meeting, they cooled off and started getting along better during the trip back to the village, even apologizing to each other for the insults. Congratulations, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya said as he stood a little ways away with a smile on his face. A true smile and not a perverted one, and welcome home. Aside from those two, the village elders Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were also there along with a few ANBU honor guards. At first she felt a little nervous about taking over at the Hokage, but the news that Hiruzen would be joining his former teammates Hamura and Koharu as village elders made her feel a lot better, seeing as he would be willing to help her if she needed advice. With the ceremonies over, she and the others retreated into the tower. The ANBU went back to their duties as they were only supposed to join them for the ceremony, and the two old ninjas left after saying their farewells to the new leader of the village. But before anything else was said, Hiruzen tapped her on the arm. Tsunade-chan, let's go to your office. He started while getting a small chuckle from his slip-up. I still have some things to tell you about becoming the Hokage. Upon arriving to her new office, she looked around and studied the familiar room. It was quite large and round, with her desk sitting in front of 4 large windows made of thick panes of glass made to resist damage, while a pair of double glass doors were next to them which led out onto a small balcony. A large green couch was placed off to the side next to a few bookcases loaded with law books concerning village rules, laws, and regulations for just about anything in the village, everything from academy classroom rules to the regulation of tobacco, alcohol, and gambling. The dark wood floor was covered by a nice round rug in the center, but the main attention-getter was the 4 large paintings hanging across from the couch that depicted the previous Hokages in their prime. Her observations were interrupted by her past sensei as he activated numerous security seals that would seal up the room so that no one could listen in. He then opened up a hidden safe behind the bookcase, which could be moved like a door after the correct triggers and seals were deactivated. "You'll need to reset the seal," he mused as he gathered a small stack of files in his arms. "As the Hokage, this is your safe to use. Only you will be able to open it, or else the contents will be destroyed by traps." She sat down as he handed her the files and explained some things to her. The Uchiha massacre was one thing, for example, telling her how the Uchiha clan planned a rebellion to take over the village only for him to send Itachi to kill them all, leaving only Sasuke alive. Numerous secrets were told to her that day before they got to the newest addition to the Hokage's files, the one that she was most interested in. Naruto Uzumaki's file. Not only that, but said file was attached to another labeled Red Cell via paperclip. "Red Cell?" she asked before flipping it open. "What's this?" Her question made Hiruzen chuckle. Red Cell is the codename for the village's newest covert division, the KDSCD, or Konoha Defense and Security Coordination Division, commanded by Naruto himself under my, well, now your direct authority. He's the commander to his own division. Well, it's only a 2-man group right now, he mused before shrugging. But he's allowed to recruit others if he finds a suitable candidate and you approve. Anyway, Red Cell's purpose is to stage covert attacks on village targets to test security and find weaknesses. As the Hokage, it's now your job to assign him and his soon-to-be unit a target. So far, he's staged nothing but successful assaults on an ANBU barracks, the council chambers, and even on the Hokage Manor. He managed to sneak in all those places? She asked in shock. The council chambers maybe, but ANBU barracks and the Hokage Manor were highly secured. Don't underestimate Naruto. If there's a weakness in security, he can find and exploit it. She flipped through the mission reports in the file before going to Naruto's file. She looked at the picture of him and turned to the personal information section. Personal information. Name: Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto. Age 13. Registration ID: 012607. Rank: Chūnin, recommendation for promotion to Special Jounin. Birthday: October 10th. Blood type: B. Ninja employment record. Academy graduation age: 13. Chūnin exam age: 13. Team: 7. Removed from team due to unfair treatment and negligence.
KDSCD, codename Redkel.
Jounin Sensei: Hataki Kakashi, former sensei. Jiraiya, temporary. Teammates: Haruno Sakura, former teammate. Uchiha Sasuke, former teammate. Yakushi Kabuto, Red Cell, medic. Missions completed. D rank: 15. C rank: 1. B rank: 3. A rank: 2. S rank: 0. Notes: due to an incident during his childhood, Naruto has become cold and untrusting to most of the village, even developed highly trained sneaking, evading, and infiltration skills that rival any ANBU because of the mobs that tried hurting him during his birthday. Sensei, what is this about his childhood? She asked while wondering about this incident, which caused the old man to sigh and look away sadly. It happened 8 years ago, on his 5th birthday. After the inauguration ended and everyone went back to their lives, Sakura met with Ino back at the blonde's family flower shop to continue their investigation on the missing blonde known as Naruto. I heard that he went with Jiraiya-sama to bring Tsunade-sama back to be the Hokage, Sakura said as she had asked around the day before to some ninja at the front gate who were on guard duty, which made Ino nod as she sat behind the counter by the register and leaned on the countertop. That explains why we couldn't find him. But wasn't he supposed to be resting? I thought that he was on leave due to his injuries. Me too. But no one knows where he lives anymore. He moved out of his old apartment after some kind of testing accident. Ino shook her head. We could always ask that Anko lady. She told the pink led only to shake her head. Never mind. I'd rather keep looking for a while longer before asking her. That woman was scary and possibly insane. They had seen her chasing a Chūnin around with a kunai screaming about perverts and skinning the Chūnin privates to make soup before force-feeding it to said man as she sat him on rusty, hot nails sprinkled with a layer of salt. Lucky for him, Tsunade was kind enough to give him an extended break due to him going to find her while he was technically supposed to be healing. It wasn't much, but 2 extra days of being paid a fixed check for each day was nice, especially with Anko working from 10 in the morning to about 5 in the afternoon at the interrogation division. Said woman was excited to have him back. She even went out of her way to clean his apartment for him. Or better yet, make room for her to move some of her own stuff in, namely her sleeping things, clothing, a recliner, and a bunch of dango to be stored in his freezer. So he spent those 2 days enjoying himself every now and then while training in a remote training ground with the use of shadow clones. The clones mainly worked on mastering his other jutsu, hoping to improve to the point where he could use one-handed seals or skip some altogether like the old man could do while making it so that he didn't waste too much chakra with each use. So while they worked on them, he made another few to work on the Rasengan while he messed around with the Rasenkaze. The Rasenkaze was an idea he had while practicing with the Rasengan. You see, when a complete self-sustaining Rasengan hit, the spiraling ball of pure chakra would grind into whatever it hit, but when he hit a tree with an incomplete one, he saw that it didn't leave a perfectly ball-like dent in the tree but a shallow groove burned in the shape of a spiral. It was the inspiration for a new attack. Rasenkaze was exactly what the name meant, spiraling wind. Using his natural affinity to wind chakra, he converted the chakra in an incomplete Rasengan to elemental chakra, making it so that when used, instead of leaving a chakra burn in the shape of a spiral, the attack would leave a deep, if not fatal wound in the target shaped like a spiral. In theory, the Rasengan could also be converted into an elemental attack, maybe even a ranged one, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe that he could do so now. He'd need training and practice. Deciding to take a break from chakra training and to let the clones handle that, he switched to a taijutsu workout of striking a tree over and over without any padding or protection for his skin. It was a brutal practice that many didn't use because of the potential risk of broken bones, which could risk a ninja's ability to correctly form hand seals if it didn't heal correctly. But repeatedly hitting the rough bark would condition his body to the pain of fighting. Punches, back fists, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicks until his body began to ache and bruise, even bleed in some places as the rough bark peeled away skin. He wasn't wearing full equipment while he trained. He still had his usual pants and sandals along with the equipment pouch, but he left his vest at home, leaving him in a tank top that hugged his torso. Taking a breather, allowing the demon fox to continue healing him as it normally did, he soon got a visit from an ANBU. Naruto-san. Lady Hokage needs you in her office ASAP. The ANBU didn't even bother sticking around and vanished with the body flicker. Smirking, Naruto made a single hand seal and vanished in a puff of smoke much like the ANBU and quickly made his way to the Hokage's tower. The body flicker jutsu was usually seen being used by Chūnin and up, leading to a common misconception that it was a high-rank jutsu when in fact it was only a D-rank technique with only a single seal. People also believed that it was a sort of teleportation jutsu because the user just seemed to vanish, but it was really just allowing the user to travel distances at nearly untraceable speed. Landing on the roof of the tower, Naruto hopped off and onto a balcony outside Tsunade's office and tapped on the large window next to a pair of glass double doors that had been reinforced by seals. Tsunade turned and saw him before standing to open the door, which was unpickable since there was no lock on the outside, not even a handle. "Why didn't you use the front door?" she questioned while heading back to her desk, leaving him to shut the doors which locked on their own. He shrugged. "Habit. I don't like dealing with that secretary, so I started doing this." She nodded slowly. After taking office, she met the woman and fired her, not liking how she acted at all. "Well, stop it. Shizen has replaced her as my assistant." Naruto hummed. "Not even a week in office and you're already improving things," he mused before getting to the point. "Anyway, you needed me?" She nodded. "Tomorrow you're back on duty?" she told him while picking up a pair of scrolls. "I wanted to give you these personally." The teen walked up and took them, looking at them curiously. What's in them? The first has your Chūnin vest, Orochimaru's sword, and the bounty on him. Since you killed him, both me and Sensei thought that you deserved them. Tsunade said while thinking to herself. He's got nice abs for someone his age. Wait, no, bad mind, bad. He's only 13, and a ninja, so he's technically, and oh, stop thinking that. Shaking those thoughts out of her mind, Tsunade pointed out the next scroll. The other contains your next assignment. So the old man told you everything about Red Cell. She nodded. Yeah, surprising too. To think a 13-year-old would already head his own division. Naruto smirked. I've always been good at sneaking into places to prank people. Why not put that skill to good use? He told her before remembering something. Oh, and I found someone I want to recruit into my unit. Raising an eyebrow, she motioned for him to continue. Her name is Yakumo Kurama, he said. Not getting a reaction from the woman, as the third Hokage had been the one to handle all that while Tsunade had been out of the village. She's the heiress to the Kurama clan and the only surviving member of the main branch. Is she a ninja? The Hokage asked as she could get the file on said girl and review it. Naruto shook his head, but before he could continue she started. A civilian? You want to recruit a civilian? She demanded, thinking that the boy had lost it and didn't know what he was doing, much to her disappointment. Before you continue, let me explain. Yakumo Kurama is a civilian, but she does have genjutsu training. She's inherited her clan's bloodline entirely. Her genjutsu is so powerful that they can trick the body into copying what happens. Thinking about what he said, Tsunade realized the potential. Kami? She could kill someone with a genjutsu. Naruto nodded. Yes, but because of a personality disorder, her bloodline has been sealed off. I believe that we could help her control or destroy it altogether. Then I could pair her up with Kabuto, my medic, and he could protect her and help with her condition. Besides the personality disorder, what else is wrong with her? Her body is very weak and she can't fight on her own. But her genjutsu is more than enough to make up for that, and with the rest of the future team, she'll be more than safe. Tsunade was silent, trying to decide if she should allow it or not. Do you honestly think that you'll be able to help her with the disorder? He nodded. Fine, I'll trust you on this. Just don't make me regret it. He nodded and she wrote down that he had permission to go there and get the girl on a scroll before signing it. He accepted the scroll and turned to leave. You won't, Bachan, the teen said just before closing the door, only for a pen to stick halfway through the wood near his head. Shizen, who saw the whole thing, looked at Naruto in surprise. What did you do to make her mad? He chuckled. Nothing really. I guess some people just can't handle the truth. Early the next morning, Naruto left to his office, leaving Anko sleeping peacefully in what was now their bed despite her having brought her own, which was still folded up. Futon. Good morning, Naruto-kun. It's nice to see that you've made a full recovery and congratulations on your promotion. He nodded. Thanks, but did you get what I asked for? Kabuto smirked, holding up a bottle of pills. These will take care of Yakumo's split personality. I take it that the Hokage approved. Yes, but either way I would have recruited the girl. Now let's go meet her. The pair quickly made it to the mountain where the future genjutsu specialist of Red Cell lived in her family manor and began the trip up the path towards it, only to be stopped by ANBU. But with the scroll from the Hokage, they quickly let them pass and they soon made it to the mountainside manor. The mansion was a bit strange to say the least and was made up of 3 wings. The center wing was 3 stories tall with the entire roof made into a deck with vibrant green houseplants growing on top. The right and left wings were exactly alike, reaching 5 stories high with vines growing up the walls around the manor. But before they could even reach the front door, a young girl opened it and stepped out to meet them. She was very pale, not Orochimaru pale but close enough. Her hair was light brown with her bangs held to one side by a small yellow bow. She wore a light purple kimono with a light red fishnet shirt underneath and stared at them with unfeeling brown eyes and a small frown. Yakumo Kurama. Naruto started as the two stopped a couple feet away from the steps leading up to the porch. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Have you decided yet? Can you really help me? Looking to Kabuto, he nodded. Stepping forward, Kabuto took out the bottle of pills he had before. Yakumo-chan, these have been designed just for you to help you take care of your problem. I personally made them, but I have to warn you. There may be some side effects until you get it in your system. After listening to him tell her about some possible side effects, the girl took one. Normally, she wouldn't do something as risky as take an experimental drug, but her desperation to get rid of her second personality, the Ito, drove her to it. Besides, what could compare to being controlled by another personality? Nightmares? Please, dealing with the Ito was a nightmare all on its own. Cramps? Headaches? Anxiety? Already a side effect with the damned Ito in her head. Luckily for them, the third Hokage had the Ito sealed away, but to do so meant that her Genjutsu was sealed too. Now, Naruto began after a moment. We can't leave you alone while you're on these pills, so until they're in your system and you're able to control or destroy the Ito, you'll be moving in with Kabuto at his home. Kabuto nodded. Yes? Wait, what? He yelped while spinning to look at the blonde. Yes, you. I already have a roommate, and besides, you're a medic and can help her if anything happens. But I only have one bedroom. Naruto shrugged. Looks like you'll be sleeping on the couch for a while. Over the next week, Kabuto found himself walking on eggshells around his apartment. His own apartment. Yakumo was a nice girl. A little cold due to her living alone for so long, but she always picked up after herself and even straightened out his own stuff without expecting anything back. But the medication gave her migraines and a easily triggered rage. When he accidentally knocked a glass off the table while bringing his sheets and pillows out to his couch, the loud shattering sound set off the bomb that was Yakumo. She had grabbed her head in pain, glared angrily, then slung anything she could at him before storming off, leaving him hiding behind his couch with a pillow over his head. Lucky for him, her tantrum caused her weakened body to give out and she soon passed out on his futon, not even bothering to crawl under the pillows. But now the medication was in her system and Yakumo didn't suffer the headaches at all. But before Yakumo could officially become Red Cell's Genjutsu specialist, Tsunade had her apprentice Shizen personally give the girl the necessary checkups, shots, and physical needed before joining. After that, Ino's father, Inoichi Yamanaka, checked her mind to confirm that Yakumo's disorder was indeed taken care of. During this, Naruto handled the assignment given to him by Tsunade, but unlike before, where he staged attacks, he just reported on the weaknesses. After all, he'd snuck onto the target hundreds of times before, so he already knew all about the Hokage Tower's many security faults. Yakumo could barely contain herself as she followed Kabuto through the Hokage's tower, down a dimly lit flight of stairs that went down for a ways before stopping at a hall with only a few doors, one of which was marked with a metal plate bearing their emblem. Kabuto knocked and opened the door after hearing their commander call them in. Naruto looked at them while rolling a scroll back up as he sat behind his desk. Hold on. I'll be with you two in a minute. Kabuto stepped in with Yakumo following, stepping out of the way and letting the girl look around the room for a second before sitting on the couch, a little tired from the walk. Finishing with the scroll, Naruto set it down before standing up and walking over to the resting girl while Kabuto leaned against the wall next to the door. Yakumo, you've been approved for duty and are now a part of the Konoha Defense and Security Coordination Division, codenamed Red Cell. Hearing this made her heart soar. Ever since she was a little girl, it had been her dream to be a ninja. But due to her weak body, she was unable to use taijutsu or ninjutsu. Hearing about a boy who could only use taijutsu, she hoped to become a purely genjutsu-oriented ninja and pleaded with her father to help her reach that dream. Of course, her father went to the Hokage and pleaded for him to help, and they came up with a plan. They hired a genjutsu specialist in the village to tutor Yakumo, but after a while, said tutor began to feel that she would be unable to be a good ninja. The tutor eventually refused to train her and told her to find a new path in life. Then the Ito manifested. Using this, the tutor had the Hokage seal her bloodline and chakra along with the Ito to prevent any accidents caused by the Ito using the power itself. Naruto picked up a different scroll and unrolled it, showing a storage seal which he unsealed to reveal a forehead protector. The Hokage would normally give this to you since you didn't go to the academy, but since we are a secret unit, I get to be the one to hand you this. As he handed it to her, Yakumo could feel her heart racing, thumping inside her chest as her dreams came true. So by the Hokage's orders, your Herbie granted the rank of Genin, and from now on, you only take orders from the Hokage or me. Closing the scroll, he handed it to her. This contains your equipment, but don't wear the red cell vest in public. There should be some money there to buy the rest of your things before we start your training." She took the scroll and gave him a big smile. "Thank you so much, Naruto-sama." He gave her the means to live her dream and make it a reality, giving her a chance to do what she's always wanted. He was a saint, her own personal hero in a world of monsters. He smiled at her. "You're welcome, Yakumo, but before your training, we need to remove that seal on your powers. We'll be replacing it with a different one to help you control it, since you've had it sealed for so long. So follow us. We have a room ready to replace the seal." "You mean right now?" He nodded. "Yes, but I'm going to need you to take a sleeping pill. It'll take a while and even the slightest twitch can mess it up." She agreed without hesitation, and they went into a sealing chamber down the hall made for this exact purpose of placing seals in a controlled environment without any foreign chakra or outside forces messing with the seal. Once she was asleep, the two unsealed her bloodline, then went to work on placing another. It was actually 2 seals. The first did as he said, but the other was a little insurance against betrayal. One that was placed right above her heart. Kabuto felt a small twitch and rubbed his chest as he saw the seal. He was all too familiar with it himself. "It's done. Take her to your apartment and let her rest." "Of course. But what will you do, Naruto-kun?" "I have some personal business to handle." Over the next few days, Naruto and Kabuto trained Yakumo in her art, but due to the possible deadliness of a genjutsu gone wrong, Naruto had her practice on his shadow clones while Kabuto taught her what he knew before using scrolls to help teach the more advanced jutsu. Both of them were needed there for this, Kabuto because of his medical skill in case of her passing out or hurting herself, while Naruto's shadow clones gave her a real target to practice on without someone being hurt for real. Another added bonus was when Naruto got the memories from the clone, he could tell her if she was doing it right or not. Crushing snake constriction. The clone looked down as a large snake burst from the ground and wrapped around him to the point where it couldn't move at all. Yakumo, still holding the seal, concentrated on the jutsu for a half-minute. Crush! The clone burst into smoke, canceling the genjutsu and leaving the girl to fall to one knee, while Kabuto checked her over with a medical jutsu. "That was fine," Naruto mused from his place against a tree while making another clone without moving. "You actually killed it this time, broke his spine. Now try again, this time do it faster." "Naruto-kun, please don't push her so," Kabuto tried to say, only for the girl to force her way up to her feet, flashing through the few seals and casting it again, this time killing the clone within 20 seconds. Kabuto learned this genjutsu from his late master Orochimaru. It was one of the many snake-based jutsu the man had, but was one that he made himself during his genin days, making it easy for the girl to learn. "How was that?"
Naruto-sama,
she asked while once again falling to a knee with sweat dripping down her forehead. The girl no longer wore a kimono and now had on a gray shirt with matching training sweats, while headband was tied around her waist like a belt. "You're getting better," he spoke before Kabuto began to check her over again. "Is something wrong, Kabuto?" "Her stamina is getting a little better. Yesterday she could only handle 6 jutsu before falling, and today she got to 8. He said while finishing his examination. "She'll still need a partner no matter how good she gets with genjutsu." Naruto nodded. "I know, we need a short to mid-range fighter to pair up with her while you're out, but for now I'd rather have you looking over her." Kabuto opened the medical pouch on his belt and got out a bottle of soldier pills. "Do you want to keep on training?" She nodded and he gave her a pill, which only took a minute to kick it and refill her chakra. "Let's try another on," the white-haired teen said before slowly showing her the seals while Naruto made another clone. Demonic illusion. Burning chains. When the clone dispelled, Naruto winced as he got the memory of a chain of fire setting him ablaze. The only downside was that he could see the memories like it was actually happening to him. The upside, though, was that it probably made him more immune to killing intent, though. This training continued for 2 hours before the girl collapsed again. "That'll be enough for today," Naruto said as he shook off the effects he got from essentially dying all those times through his clones. "Take tomorrow off from training. We'll start back the day after tomorrow." He's been here," Kiba exclaimed as he sniffed around the forest clearing with his partner doing the same. "The scent's a few hours old, but he was here. There's 2 other scents here too. A dude and a girl." How Ino got Kiba to help her track Naruto. She would never know, but Sakura suspected that Kiba also wanted to know what happened to change the blonde boy so much. Despite the two being at odds most of the time, they had a strange friendship throughout the academy. Well, maybe friendship was a stretch, mutual agreement may be better. But both hated going to class and sometimes worked together to skip class, but when Irika came after them, it was every man for himself. "Can you still follow the smell?" the pinklet asked as the boy and his dog moved around the clearing with their noses in the air, sniffing around before stopping at a tree. "It stops here. It's like he just vanished." The two cursed, but this failure didn't deter them from their task. After all, this was the closest they'd come to finding him the whole time they've been looking. True, they could only look for the boy every now and then. Both had missions and Ino had a job with her family at the Yamanaka flower shop, so they could only do this every now and then. One would think that they would give up after coming up empty-handed so many times, but they didn't. If anything, it made them more curious than ever. "Damn it, we were so close," Ino huffed as she stomped her foot on the ground. "And we have a mission out of the village for the next week." "We do too," Sakura stated in a similar state of annoyance. "But we'll find him when we get back." Naruto, listen, I know your job is to test and report our security in the village, but listen to me when I say this. No one can break into ANBU headquarters with all the security there. It's probably more protected than my office. I don't need any trouble now, especially with the representative of the Fire Lord coming to the village. I've already increased village security everywhere, so there's no need for it. But nothing, she snapped, making him raise his hands in defeat and making her feel bad. She trusted his judgment, but with the official from the capital coming, she couldn't have him causing a village-wide panic with a staged attack on ANBU headquarters. After all, he couldn't just sneak in and out without being caught, right? Fine. He spoke with a cold tone that showed his feeling about being brushed off. But I plan to say, I told you so, when and if something happens. She couldn't help but frown sadly as he left. She didn't like him being mad with her, but couldn't help it for now. She also got a bad feeling deep in the pit of her stomach that something bad was about to happen. So wait. Yakumo started as she sat on the couch in their commander's office. The Hokage said not to go with the mission? Sitting behind his desk, Naruto nodded while Kabuto was busy writing things down on a clipboard. Naruto-sama, if she said not to, then why are we still doing it? Because she's letting her pride get in the way, he mused while flipping through a file. She believes that just because she's the Hokage that she knows best, and so we're going to show her that she's wrong. How? He chuckled. By stealing the ANBU operative registry. Yakumo blinked. What's so important about that? The registry contains the registration numbers, names, and other information on every active ANBU in the village. The ANBU commander has the original, and there are no copies at all. He told her before Kabuto spoke up to add his 2 cents. If the registry ever fell into enemy hands, then their families would be in danger. ANBU are assigned only the most important and dangerous missions, so it's one of the most guarded things in the village. Add the fact that we have 6 days to set this up. We need to get to work, Naruto stated as he popped his neck. In 6 days, the official from the capital will be here. I want this done by then. Do you have a plan? The blonde teen's smirk was more than enough for an answer. ANBU headquarters was one of the most hidden places of the village. Only ANBU really know where it is, along with the Hokage. Luckily for us, I've been there before with the 3rd Hokage when I was little. Under the cover of night, Kabuto landed on the rooftop of Konoha's infrastructure archives with Yakumo on his back with a genjutsu over them both that hid them from sight as they stood near a roof access door. Kneeling down, he let her off and looked around. There were a few people walking on the streets below, but the genjutsu completely covered them and made them impossible to see or hear. You ready? He asked lowly despite being hidden under her genjutsu. The girl nodded and Kabuto handed her a balaclava, a ninja's version of the civilian ski mask, before putting one on for himself. Both now wore their all-black uniforms with their equipment. Kabuto's was made to be extremely mobile while carrying any medical equipment he needed along with weapons, while Yakumo's was extremely light as not to stress her body too much, while still offering the maximum protection against damage. The first thing we need to take care of is the blueprints of the building. You'll find them in the infrastructure archives. You'd think that they'd keep things like that hidden in a better place, but they don't. It's not really guarded, and the main security is locks and a silent alarm system. Overload the panel and the alarm will deactivate. X. Next to the door was a metal box locked with multiple seals. They had no way of opening it without sounding the alarm, so they had to overload the circuits in the box, causing them to shut the alarm system down. Placing a seal tag on the panel, he ushered Yakumo back before it glowed and began to spark before stopping without any real fanfare like in the movies. "Okay, it's down. Just keep the genjutsu up, all right?" he said while finding his lock picks and starting on the door, which was much simpler compared to the alarm. They must have thought that the alarm would be more than enough to keep the place safe. Those seals were chakra disruptors used on captured ninja to discourage them from trying to mold chakra by shocking them with their own chakra buildup. Placed on a box locked with seals running on chakra, it created a powerful shock that fried the wires and circuits inside. X. When you're inside, all the security should be down and you'll be able to get into the archives. I've looked up the building and I'll write down the files you should take. But when you have them, take a few pictures and put the papers back. We don't want anyone to know about this. X. Sitting next to Yakumo on the couch, Kabuto looked at his commander while nodding. "Easy enough. What about you?" "I'll be setting up the last operation." X. To be able to move around ANBU HQ, I'll need a ANBU mask and not one of those cheap copies they sell to kids. I have to get an active duty one, and the only way to do that is to take it from an active duty ANBU. Now, usually you wouldn't be able to find out who's an active duty ANBU, but a few years ago I met one and learned his name before finding out that he also liked ramen. X. Koji rubbed his head as he walked under the banners leading into the Ichiraku ramen bar and sat down, tired and hungry after a long day of work. "May I help you, sir?" The cute girl he'd become accustomed to seeing every time he came here asked with her usual kind smile. "Ah, let me get a miso and pork ramen, please," he replied with a smile. Suddenly party poppers went off, throwing confetti all over the bar and nearly making him jump off the stool in shock. Like a frightened animal, his head snapped over to the girl, only to see both her and her father standing under a sign that read, 1,500,000th customer. "Congratulations!" Ayam squealed as she clapped her hands excitedly, while Tucci clapped at a more calm speed. "You're our 1,500,000th customer, and have one of 2 free bowls of whatever you'd like." He grinned. "Well, I'll have 2 more of the same thing then. Coming right up." But before the pair could go back to the kitchen and start cooking, a white-haired teen walked in and Ayam took his order, then went back to help with the cooking. X. I'm close friends with the owner and his daughter, so it wouldn't take too much to have them add a little something special to his meal. Ayam looked at the blonde in shock as she looked at a small glass bottle of clear liquid he'd given her. Naruto couldn't. What if Dash? Ayam-chan, please do it. I promise you nothing will go wrong. Just add this to his ramen and act normal. I've already talked to Tucci and he's agreed to help, but I still need you too. He told her in a slightly pleading voice. I've already promised to pay you both for helping. This is very important and you're the only ones I can trust with it. Ayame sighed. Fine. I'll do it for you, Naruto-kun. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. Thank you, Ayam-chan. This has to be the last operation before breaking into ANBU HQ. The drug will put Koji out for at least the next day with a bad case of flu and a stomach virus. Kabuto, you need to be there when he starts getting sick. Damn, this is better than ever. Koji spoke out loud as he finished off the second bowl and started on the third with gusto. Ayam smiled. Thank you, sir. It's a new secret recipe. By the time he finished the third one, Koji sighed at the feeling of his full stomach before standing up, paying for the one that wasn't free. Well, thanks for the ramen and Dash. His gut made a loud grumbling noise, causing the girl to look down at the source with a small blush. Oh, sorry about Dash. The sound came again, but this time with a sharp pain that made him stagger and hold his gut. Man, I must have caught something. Well, there is a bad virus going around. Kabuto spoke up, making himself known as he stood up and walked over. I'm Ken, a medic ninja, he said while lying about his name. The sound of his upset stomach roared again, making him groan. Damn, you must have gotten the worst of it? Kabuto told him with fake sympathy. Do you need help getting home? Please. I've already taken care of the uniform and sword. The only thing I need to take care of now is a little diversion. X. Naruto looked around as he hid himself in the darkness of an alleyway wearing a standard fitted ANBU uniform. Fitted black pants and sandals with a single thigh pouch on one leg, while he had a sleeveless shirt underneath a silvery gray armored vest. Over both arms was a long black glove with a lightweight steel arm guard that stopped at his elbow while the other end extended to his wrist. But underneath each glove, he had bandages wrapped up past his shoulders to cover up the fact that he didn't have the ANBU tattoo. Seeing that no one was around, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small radio that he attached to the strap over his shoulder blade that kept his vest from falling and pulled a small earpiece from its side. "It's almost time," he said lowly into the microphone collar around his neck, designed to catch every muttered word he said so that he didn't have to talk loud and be overheard by nearby enemies. "Are you sure they'll come through?" Kabuto's voice came from the other end, which made him smirk. "Don't worry. They'll keep their end of the deal." Turning to where a standard ANBU short sword was leaning against the wall, Naruto picked it up and secured it to his back by the strap before squatting down again to watch the normal-looking building. For the next few minutes nothing seemed to happen, but suddenly he saw a bunch of blurs taking off in one direction. "Looks like ANBU have been alerted. It's time." Stopping just long enough to grab the ANBU mask from his belt, the blonde slid it over his face and vanished in a puff of smoke. "This list may grow in time." X. Hanging from the ceiling, Naruto let a passing ANBU sentry walk on by before dropping to the floor as he went out of sight. Usually they would be able to sense him, but what Jiraiya didn't know was that he took more than a few of those seals that hid his presence for himself, and so far he's had to use 2 of them. He didn't want to be seen too closely by any other ANBU because they all knew each other to some extent. The mission would be over quickly if one recognized the mask and tried to joke around with who they thought was the real ANBU member that owned said mask. "Kabuto, I've reached the commander's office." He spoke as he picked the lock with ease and stepped in. "How are things outside?" "Your little distraction worked perfectly. How you got the 3rd Hokage's grandson and his friends to help, I'll never know." He smirked as he found the hidden compartment in the office wall and pushed the small button that opened the false section of stone. "He'll do anything for a little training and candy. I promised to teach him the basic academy jutsu and gave him a handful of hard candy." He mused lowly as he studied the safe he found behind the panel. 2 locks kept it closed, and by the looks of it, it had one of those glass panel fail-safes that would prevent it from opening if tampered with too much. But he wasn't planning on breaking his way into the safe. Making quick work of the keyhole within 10 minutes, which turned out to be a special top and bottom tumbler system, Naruto then removed the mask over his face and pressed his ear against the safe while channeling chakra through his ear. The chakra enhanced his sense of hearing to the point where he could hear the soft click of the combination plates falling into place. "Looks like the ANBU are on their way back," Kabuto reported over the radio from his position outside, somewhere that gave him a good view of the area. Naruto grunted lowly and opened the safe where he found his target. A plain green scroll that lacked any identifying marks as it sat with a bunch of others. "Got the scroll. Now I just need to get out," he mused to himself while stashing it away in his pants, then putting on his mask. Checking his watch, he frowned and activated another seal to him from being sensed by an ANBU. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door to the room being unlocked and cursed. "X. Naruto," Kabuto asked as he tried to contact the blonde. "Naruto, are you there?" A few minutes passed without an answer, and he started to think that the blonde commander of the unit had been captured. "Kabuto." A wave of relief washed over him. "Naruto, good to hear from you. I was starting to get worried. What happened?" The radio was silent for a moment before he heard a grunt over the line. "The ANBU commander showed up when I was still there." "Are you okay?" "I'm in a tight spot right now, trying to make my way out through the air ducts." X. Standing in her office, Tsunade shook the official's hand over her desk as he introduced himself as Dashi. He wore official red robes bearing the Fire Lord symbol and reminded her of her sensei. Dashi had long gray hair with a large balding spot on top, while the side and back were well over a foot long. He also had a trimmed beard that matched his hair in color. "Congratulations on your appointment as Hokage, Tsunade Dano," The Fire Lord sends his regards and expresses his sincerest apologies at not being able to be here in person. Dashi said with a smile that Tsunade swore could belong to Hiruzen. It's okay, Dashidano. I understand that he is a very busy man. Now, I understand that you're here to observe and report to back on our security. He nodded. Indeed I am, as you know. The Fire Lord likes to stay up to date when it comes to Konoha's security and the safety of her people. Tsunade nodded. All throughout her ninja career she'd known this. Even during times of war, the daimyo sent someone to speak with her grandfather or granduncle about this. One day she even got to sit in on one when the first Hokage was babysitting her as a young girl. She'd always remember that because Hashirama and Tobirama would pick on her for coloring on some of the mission scrolls when Hashirama wasn't looking or spilling her juice on some of the others. It only took close to half an hour to inform and explain to him about the new security and procedures enacted around the village, but when he asked how they came up with these new updated defenses she knew that she had to tell him about Red Cell. The Fire Lord was the only one to really outrank her, and if he wanted to know about something it might as well be in order, and since he wanted a report on security. Well, Dashidano, that's a classified answer, but I know that you'll never tell anyone outside of the daimyo. She started before clearing her throat. A while back, my sensei, the third Hokage had a new division made just for testing security. They've staged 4 successful attacks on high-security areas since the unit was started. That's good. I assume that those areas of weakness were fixed correct. Dashi spoke before getting a nod from the blonde. Well then, could I meet the commander of this unit? I'm sorry, Dashidano, but his identity has to be kept a secret or else dash. She was cut off by a shout from a male. Hey, you can't go in there. Watch me. A small struggle was heard before they heard Shizen call out, Wait, Tsunade-sama's in a meeting. But she was ignored as the door flew open, revealing Naruto in his usual ninja outfit as he strolled in with a scroll in his hand. Shizen looked around the door frame from behind the blonde with the apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. I couldn't catch him quick enough. The Hokage sighed and waved the younger woman off. It's fine, Shizune. I'll handle him. She then turned to stare daggers at the younger blonde. I'm in a meeting, Naruto. What is dash? He cut her off by tossing her the scroll and telling her to open it. She unrolled it to find a single seal on the paper and channeled her chakra through it, causing an item to appear in a puff of smoke which caused her eyes to widen. There, sitting on top of the scroll, was a 2-inch thick binder with a plain green cover holding well over a couple hundred pages. Naruto, is this what I think it is? He nodded. Yeah, it's the ANBU Operative Registry, straight from the ANBU Commander's office in the heart of ANBU HQ. You broke into ANBU headquarters. She mumbled with wide eyes as she opened the binder to the front page and seeing the personal information of a random active duty ANBU. Yeah, I did. You said that no one could do it, but it was pretty easy to me and my unit, he told her while crossing his arms. Like you said before, it's my job to do things like this, so please take my word for it next time. Dashi looked at the blonde with a sudden look of realization. You're Naruto Uzumaki? At the blonde teen's nod, he continued. It's so nice to meet you, child. I'm Dashi, the Fire Lord's envoy. The Fire Lord asked that I send his thanks for your part in getting him to safety at the Chūnin exams and that if you need anything, he'll gladly try to help in return. Naruto gave the man a slight bow. Tell Daimyo-sama that I appreciate the gesture. Dashi smiled. I'll make sure he knows, but I'm surprised that a young man like you already has command of his own division. You must be a very talented ninja. Thank you, sir. Tsunade just sat there in a stupor. Naruto had broken into ANBU HQ, fucking ANBU HQ of all places. And not only did he steal one of the most guarded things there, but did it without raising an alarm. Had one went off, then she would have been the first to know before the village went into lockdown. The thought that he went against her will and did this crossed her mind, but she never really did order him not to go through with this in the first place, so she couldn't punish him even if she wanted to. Not that she did. When she finally snapped out of her funk, she noticed that Dashi was laughing deeply at something Naruto had said, but missed it as the older man spoke. Oh, Tsunade-dano, this young man is something else. I think that the Fire Lord can rest easy with him aiding you with the village defense. He spoke after calming down from his hearty laugh. We may even have to contract his help in the capital with our own security. We'd be happy to help, she replied to him. Glad to hear it, but I think I've heard more than enough to know that the village is in good hands. I'll even talk to the Fire Lord about increasing the village funding to include Naruto-kun's division. No sense in them spending their hard-earned money just so that they can do their jobs. With that, Dashi stood up pretty quickly for a man his age. Have a wonderful day, Tsunade-dano. You too, Naruto-kun. I must be on my way. Watching the man leave, Naruto turned to the Hokage with a small smile only for it to vanish at her serious look. Naruto-kun, I think it's time we had a little talk. Oh dear, he thought as she stood up, thinking that his technically unsanctioned operation had finally pushed her too far. You're constantly disrespecting me, your commander and Hokage. You've ignored me when I didn't want you to pull this mess with the ANBU HQ. Actually, you never told me not dash. He tried to defend himself only for her to punch her desk, making the wood creak and groan under her fist. Shut it. I'm talking here. Let's see. You barged in on my meeting with a representative of the Fire Lord. Before then you assaulted one of the guards that tried to stop you from barging in on my meeting, and you ignored Shizune who tried to stop you. The woman listed off without ever changing tones, making him inwardly grimace. I should demote you, remove you from the command of Red Cell, and maybe even have you court-martialed. But I have something a little better in my opinion. In a flurry of motion, she was standing and had her fist stretched out, making him close his eyes as he had no time to avoid her punch. Only the strike never came. Opening one eye, Naruto saw that she was holding the top of a paper in her hand and leaned back to read it. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. You've been approved for the rank of Special Chūnin. Hearing this made Naruto calm down. He'd been expecting a lot of things but not that. A punch to the head, a slap, screaming, flying paperweights, flying chairs, flying desks, maybe even a kick to the balls but not a promotion to a higher rank, a demotion maybe but not that. I don't know how you did it, Naruto-kun, but you put the village in an even better position than normal with the daimyo. You even got funding for your division. Not to mention your perfect record with Red Cell missions. If anyone deserves this, it's you. Naruto was silent for a moment. Well, say something. Special Jounins don't have to take genin teams, right? Kabuto hummed lowly as he studied the thick stack of papers that he'd been given from his boss, checking over each paper carefully before he had to hide them away. So much value in a single sheet, the whole stack was a variable gold mine waiting to be mined. There was power in information that he knew. Even his commander knew it. Flipping to another page, he chuckled, wondering just how much damage would be done if even a fraction of these were released to the other villages. With these papers, Naruto, his boss, could ruin lives and cripple the village. With these, he had the perfect insurance against them. Add to the fact that he had multiple files on the security flaws that weren't reported. He could easily have an enemy assassination squad deep within the village and no one would be none the wiser until it was too late. Best part of all, everyone still thought that his loyalty was unwavering, that the blonde was still the ever-faithful dog of the village. Everyone but him. Kabuto knew what monster lurked beneath that loyal facade. The same monster that held his life in the palm of his hand also held the lives of every ANBU and their families within his grasp. You're a Special Chūnin now too. That was all he heard after telling Anko about his promotion before she jumped him, hugging his head tightly with his face pressed into the valley between her breasts, while her legs wrapped around him. With her added weight and the fact that her legs restricted his movement, Naruto soon found himself on his back still pressed firmly between her breasts, while her legs remained locked around the upper part of his thighs. That's so cool, we're both Special Chūnin now, the woman continued to say, as if they hadn't just fell. So what do you specialize in? You already know that I specialize in interrogation and information gathering. A Special Chūnin or Tokubetsu Chūnin was a ninja that had Chūnin-level abilities in a specific area or two, while regular Chūnin had enough skill in all aspects of being a ninja. But a Special Chūnin had to be respected, as they were usually more than twice as good in whatever field they specialized in compared to the others. Demolition, infiltration, and stealth, he replied into her chest, voice muffled from her soft, fleshy pillows before he managed to pull his head back and get more air. But as much as I enjoy this, could you move your legs? Your ankles digging in my spine. Anko only smirked before pushing his face into her breasts again. But it's been so long, she mock-whined. You haven't played with my tits in days and dash. Yow! Jumping off of him like he had burst into flames, Anko gaped at him and held her left boob. You bit me! She gasped out while looking down at her injured globe, which showed a reddening bite mark around her nipple through the fishnet shirt. You tired to smother me? He shot back as he stood, leaving her on her ass as she poked at the mark marring her nice, firm, sexy chest. Well, you enjoyed it. Anko huffed while crossing her arms and looking away, making him smirk. In no time at all, he was on his knees and pushing her onto her back in the middle of the living room just before straddling her waist. So did you, Ko-chan? He purred out, only to slap her hands away as she tried to reach up and grab him. You never complained when I left them up and down your thighs. She shivered from underneath him as he grabbed her mesh shirt with both hands and ripped it apart, freeing her chest and letting both bounce freely in the air. Oh, Cammy! She groaned out as he pinched one and twisted the other. I love it when you're mean to me. I've been such a bad little bitch. Punish me. Twist my nipples and treat me like a slut. He chuckled lowly. Whose slut are you? He demanded deeply as he leaned down, releasing her nipples but taking hold of them both before licking the red bite mark around her hardened nub. Tell me who you belong to? Having been dominated enough times, she knew this game all too well. Yours Naruto-sama. I'm your dirty little slut. He released one of her globes and lightly ran his fingers down her stomach and across the orange-brown skirt she wore, slowly hooking a finger on the fabric and pulling it up. Anko obediently lifted her thighs and let the skirt pass below her rear, bunching up around her waist while revealing her lacy purple panties to him. That's right, and what does my little slut want? He continued while the same hand rubbed the spot over her mound through the panties, much to her annoyance. Touch me, she groaned. Please touch my wet little pussy. Make me come. His hand slipped beneath the hem and she arched her back as a finger slid between her folds, causing her to release a soft moan. How in the world did they go from talking about promotions to him fingering her? Not that he was complaining after sleeping, or better yet, fucking nearly every night. He found it a little weird when Anko was gone on a mission. It seemed that not only had she grown attached to him, but he grew attached to her as well. As he thought about this, Anko's hand wandered down his side and into his pants, breaking him out of his thoughts when she began to awkwardly pump him in this position, while his fingers still rubbed her insides before sliding across the small bundle of nerves known as a female's G-spot. Fuck! She cried out as her body locked up, her womanhood tightening around his fingers as she came. Naruto hummed. What's the rush? We have all night. Morning, Naruto-sama. Nodding to Yakumo, who sat on his couch in his office reading a genjutsu scroll, Naruto sat down at his desk to find a small stack of paperwork and huffed, but compared to the Hokages this was easy. But then again he used shadow clones to do this most of the time. Speaking of which, he wondered why the old man and Tsunade hadn't thought of it. With a small pop and a plume of smoke, a clone appeared to take said papers and go through them while he worked on making his exploding kunai. What made them different from the improvised ones most ninja used in the field, he didn't just wrap the tab over the handle in the heat of battle or tie it on with a piece of ninja wire. He took the cheap binding material used as a grip off the handle, wrapped the tag tightly around the metal, then covered it again securely. He would have worked on them at the apartment, but with Anko lurking around, popping out at random times, he found himself worried about accidentally activating one and blowing his new apartment to hell like the last. But as he did this, he started thinking about his unit. So far he had the stealth, demolition, medical, and genjutsu covered, but he still wanted specialists in other fields too, especially a short-range taijutsu specialist to partner with Yakumo when Kabuto wasn't around. Yakumo, while getting a little better with her physical conditioning, was still way too fragile to be left alone on a mission, making her a support fighter to the others. Paired with a taijutsu user, she could cover his movements and confuse the enemy, while the taijutsu user would be able to defend her if anyone got too close. But a taijutsu specialist wasn't the only one he'd like to have on the team. A long to short-range ninjutsu user would be able to both defend and attack whenever needed, and he'd seen what a good weapons master/mistress could do. He'd have to talk to Kabuto about this whenever the older team came to report in. Sakura, what are we doing here? Ino questioned in a deadpan as she followed her friend-turned-rival onto the Ninja Academy grounds where they used to have sparring matches or run laps. Speaking of which, a class was doing just that right now and were jogging slowly around a cement walkway for their morning exercise while their Chūnin sensei watched from the side. Just hold on, Ino. I think I have an idea about this Naruto thing, she replied as they reached the sensei, who turned out to be their former teacher Irika. Irika-sensei, the pink-haired girl called out while heading over. We need some help with something. Hearing his former student's voice, Irika turned and waved back at her politely with a smile. Well, I'm a little busy right now, but what is it? Maybe I can during my lunch break. Oh, I didn't mean you, the pink genin spoke. I need to borrow Konohamaru and his two friends for a little while. Tsunade sat there and stared, and stared, and stared at the teen across from her, wondering how she could be attracted to someone who gave her such headaches every time they saw each other. So let me get this straight, she deadpanned. You want me to release 2 enemy shinobi from the ANBU holding cells and into your care. Not only that, but you want me to sign reprieves to postpone their death sentence so that you can recruit them into your division. He nodded. Why in the hell would I do that? Tsunade demanded in a "are you stupid" tone of voice. Your team handles classified information and village secrets all the time, so why would I let a couple of ninja off death row and let them near that kind of information? Because they have nowhere else to go. Orochimaru is dead and his village has fallen apart. Those 2 aren't as loyal as the others were, so they'll accept the deal to live and have a meaning in life again. She sighed. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I believe you. Fine, you brat. I'll have M released into your custody, but they're your responsibility. Tsunade wrote the order on a scroll and stamped it with her official seal before handing it to him. I'll have the reprieves written and signed later on today, but just don't make me regret this. God damn it. Fucking Orochimaru. That cock-smoking son of a bitch. It's all his damn fault that we're gonna fucking die. I never should have came along and let that fudge-packing faggot do this by himself. He was too busy licking little boys' assholes to think of a good plan, and now we're being fucking interrogated and tortured for information on that dead piece of shit. The ANBU stationed around their hidden prison sweat dropped at their prisoners ranting, which she always seemed to do every morning around this time. It was always interesting to listen to just to see how many curses she'd use, and they usually counted them just for the hell of it. She's starting to run out of things to say. A cat-masked NBU mused to his friend as he looked at a magazine, leaning back in a chair with his feet propped up in a very un-NBU-like way. She actually said the exact same thing last week, the bird-masked one muttered. Not that it matters, they're all going to be executed soon anyway. There was only one way out of the prison and they were guarding it. This was considered one of the more laid-back jobs you could hope to get in ANBU, but if one of the prisoners did manage to escape, you'd get in a shitload of trouble, so they had to remain on edge. Or they were supposed to. Suddenly there was a loud series of bangs on the thick metal door, causing the one leaning back in the chair to fall out of it and onto the floor. Open up, it's Owl, came the voice of the prison's head ANBU, their boss. Opening the door and quickly making it look like they'd been doing their job. They saw their female boss walk in with Uzumaki Naruto and snap to attention with a quick salute to their boss. Cat, Bird, take 2 of the prisoners from sound to interrogation room 1, the large male and the foul mouth. The woman told them firmly without a trace of warmth or humor in her voice. What the fuck is this all about? Demanded the redhead as she was sat into a wooden chair next to a large boy with an orange mohawk, both wearing chakra suppressors on each limb. A second chance, Naruto mused darkly. In less than a month, the Sound Four will be hanged and their corpses will be studied before being dumped into some hole when the research department picked the bodies clean of every little secret they have. The 2 looked at each other, then back to the blonde. But if you join me, then I'll keep that from happening. Pledge your loyalty to me and you'll live a lot longer. You'll also see that living in Konoha is a lot better than the underground shitholes like Sound. So, do you want to live and work for the one who killed Orochimaru? Or is the gallows your final answer? At the end of her day, Tsunade finally got the chance to just lean back in her chair and drink a bottle of chilled sake without having to risk Shizen walking in and bitching her out. She usually worked from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, going over papers, reports, requests, the multiple torturous vile things that she hated more than her dead former teammate, and for some reason, her apprentice took her assistant job way too seriously and frowned on her drinking during the day, even going so far as to take the hidden stash of bottles she had in her desk early one morning before she got in, making her do this crap sober. Propping her feet up on the corner of the desk, she reflected on her day with the bottle in hand. This morning she had released 2 of the Sound Four, the dead Snake Sannin's personal guards and his supposedly most loyal subjects from ANBU holding cells and into Naruto's custody. She had thought about revoking her order and putting them back on death row with the others for a few hours afterward, but held off on it, wanting to believe that Naruto could handle things. Besides, the 2 had their chakra sealed and wouldn't have the seals removed until later. A little while after lunch, or a couple hours ago, she had gotten a scroll from Naruto containing the information that the 2 knew about Orochimaru's bases, safe houses, partners, projects. So much that she had found 2 separate scrolls sealed near the bottom, one from each ninja. The Sound Four had resisted the interrogation and torture without giving in, but Naruto did it with ease, making the master of mental torture, Ibiki, look foolish. Taking a sip of her sake, she hummed lowly, "Naruto-kun, you sure are one impressive man. Ha! We finally tracked you down, Naruto." Standing in the middle of a training ground with Konohamaru and his 2 friends, Naruto turned his head to see Sakura and Ino jump into view with triumphant looks on their faces. Ino looked to Sakura. "Good idea using the kids to find Naruto," she said lowly. Hearing that, Naruto's head snapped back over to the 3 traitorous little brats who were giving him nervous little smiles. "Sorry, boss, but she gave us so much candy," Konohamaru said with a grin. "But you'll still teach us, right?" "Oh, I'll teach you all right," he said darkly, but the tone was missed by the 3. Cool dash. They started the cheer only to feel a cold wave wash over them. Looking back to the blonde, they saw him surrounded by a cold aura and gulped. "I'll teach you to sell me out, you little brats." They looked at each other. "Oh shit!" Konohamaru exclaimed before being pushed towards the blonde by his female friend, Moegi, as a distraction before the girl turned and ran, yelling every ninja for themselves. Over her shoulder as she and the other boy, Udon made a break for it with Konohamaru scrambling to follow. Catching the boy by his shirt, Naruto yanked him off his feet and dangled him in the air. Moegi! Udon, help!" He screamed for his friend only to be left behind. "Boss, please, I'm sorry." Wrapping an arm around the top of his head, Naruto rubbed his knuckled back and forth across the boy's head while said boy yelled for mercy and struggled to free himself. Ino and Sakura sweat dropped. "You little rat bastard, I should dangle you from a light pole by your ankles in the middle of the village with nothing on, or maybe even throw you into the girls' side of the hot springs," he growled out while continuing his assault on the academy student's skull, not at all affected by the flailing limbs and pleas for mercy. "Should we help him?" Ino whispered to the girl next to her. "I mean, it is our fault. We made Konohamaru help us." Knowing that the blonde teen in front of them was close to the 3rd Hokage and his grandson, Sakura had the idea to get Konohamaru to help find Naruto. As luck would have it, the boy indeed did know where Naruto would be later that day, seeing as he and his 2 friends were going to with-train Naruto that afternoon. But the 3 refused to tell them exactly where they would meet Naruto, and the same went for them tailing the kids to the area. The idea of following them from the shadows later on had crossed their mind, but if the rumors about them were true, they'd probably lead them into a trap/prank and warn Naruto about the 2 girls looking for him. So Sakura had an idea, why not bribe them with what every little kid liked? They hadn't been cheap about their price either. The 2 girls had to give them a large bag of candy just so that they could follow them into the training grounds later that afternoon. Finally, Naruto released the boy, letting him fall down onto the grass where her clutched at his head. His dark brown hair flattened out with a part down the middle from where Naruto's knuckles kept on rubbing. The boy swore he felt his hair smoldering while the others thought that they saw steam floating up into the air. "Get out of here," Naruto said with a huff as he looked down at the kid. "And think about what will happen the next time you decide to sell me out." "Yes, boss. Sorry, boss." Konohamaru quickly spoke before getting up and running off, leaving a trail of dust behind him. With Konohamaru gone, his retreating back hidden by walls of trees and other foliage, Naruto turned his attention back to the 2 girls. "Now, what do you 2 want? Must be something important for you to have to bribe Konohamaru and his friends." They drew a blank. All this time they just thought about tracking him down, not exactly figuring out what they would say to him when they did find him. "Ah well, me and Sakura just wanted to know how you're doing," Ino said weakly, making Naruto raise his eyebrow. She saw this and jumped to defend her statement. What, we can check up on friends, right? Ino, Naruto deadpanned. We were never friends. And the most you ever said to me back in the academy was either to call me names or to threaten me for saying something about the Uchiha. She couldn't retort to his statement because it was true. She couldn't remember a single time where she'd been remotely friendly to her fellow blonde. Every memory of him was of her picking on him for something, hitting him for sitting next to Sasuke or pushing him out of the seat, or mocking him for not being able to use the basic ninjutsu taught to them in class. We wanted to know what happened to you, Sakura interjected suddenly. You're so different than before. You mean how I'm not jumping around like an idiot, begging you for a date, letting you hit me and transferred off of the team? Naruto said while hitting the nail on the head. The Naruto you knew was a lie. He never existed in the first place. I acted like that so that when it was time to reveal my true self, no one would see me coming. Looking at a watch on his wrist, Naruto frowned. I'd say I'll see you later, but I honestly don't care if I do or not. But I gotta go. Unlike some people, I have work to do. Watching the blonde leave, Ino and Sakura were speechless. Within 2 days, the Fire Lord had sent confirmation back to the village on approving the funding for KDSCD, as well as saying what a great idea it was to have a unit like that under their employ. The group was a classified secret, though, so the information on the funding was never told to the council, which was most likely a good thing, as they'd probably try their damnedest to take it for their own uses. One of the first things he did with the cash was get each member of his group an apartment at his apartment building along with whatever necessities they needed. Due to her health concerns, Yakumo still roomed with Kabuto, but now their new apartment had 2 bedrooms, so neither complained. Jirobo and Tayuya both got their own 1-bedroom apartment and found that their life under their new boss was much better than it was with Orochimaru. They had been shocked when they found out that Kabuto also worked for the blonde commander whom was responsible for the death of Orochimaru. Kabuto had always seemed so loyal to the Snake Sannin, but then again they seemed that way too at the time. The second thing Naruto did was get approval from Tsunade to have the entire floor that his office was on assigned to him, saying that his team needed the space now that they were growing in numbers. She agreed without pause. That floor wasn't really in use nowadays. It had been a records room back before the archives had been established, but now it just gathered dust. He was still in the process of deciding on what exactly to use these extra rooms for, but he had an idea or two. Kabuto also requested an area to set up as a research and medical facility, to patch one of them up should they get hurt, and to continue his research on the various things he liked to study. Hey, there was a reason he studied medicine so hard and willingly joined Orochimaru. The only downside to getting funding was the paperwork that came with it. He had to document everything to ensure that the money was going to good use. Tayuya, you shouldn't talk like that. Naruto stopped writing as he heard the deep, irritated voice of his largest recruit, Jirobo. Jirobo was only slightly older than him but had a lot of power behind his seemingly overweight frame. He was a quiet guy but easily irritated and had the unique ability to absorb chakra from his enemies. A drawback from his ability gave him a large appetite and he was almost always hungry. But at the same time, any chakra he absorbed would act as food for him and satisfy his hunger. Aside from that, his physical strength was impressive and he was quite skilled in taijutsu and with earth ninjutsu. I'll talk however the fuck I want to talk, fatty, came the foul-mouthed retort of his other recruit, Tayuya. Tayuya was the same age as Jirobo but was much smaller, louder, and overbearing. She had finally gotten her favorite hat back from ANBU, and now had it back on with bandages wrapped around the bottom, which made a single fringe of hair fall right over her face and covered part of her nose. She was mainly a genjutsu and summoning user, using her demonic flute to cast illusions and control her summons, which were a group of large demons called Doki. Putting the pen down, he felt his eyes start twitching. Both of you shut the fuck up, he called out from his desk through the open door. You argue like a married couple, so either shut it or go fuck each other somewhere else. Yakumo, who was using the table in his office as a desk to study on, blushed at the language and what he said. Since she hadn't gone to the academy, she spent a lot of time catching up on what she missed, or at least what would be useful, who needed to know the history of the kunai, like who made it and such. All that mattered was that it was a universal tool that could do many useful things aside from silting someone's throat. You fucking gross, Tayuya exclaimed from the hallway. I'd never fuck that asshole. Shut the fuck up then. I have enough to deal with without you two getting on my nerves. He'd normally use a shadow clone, but he wanted to do this himself. Tsunade hadn't given him an assignment for a while now, so that he could get everything taken care of. Tayuya crossed her arms and muttered, "Someone needs to get laid," rather loudly, only for him to ignore her as he flipped through the papers to find them a quick assignment. "Look, just take this and complete it," he told them while tossing a small scroll to them. "Make yourselves useful." They never noticed the dark look he gave the pink/redhead as she left. Over the next few days, Naruto got his base set up to the way he wanted it to be. He kept his office the same way as it was, but now instead of leaving the various pieces of information he had in a single sealing scroll, he now had a vault-like room to act as an archive of his own that was kept hidden and locked by seals. Kabuto also got his wish and had a place to go his stuff. In the room across from him, locked with seals, was an armory containing anything they'd need: weapons, armor, equipment, vests, masks, smoke bombs, explosive notes. Anything. They left the sealing chamber alone. It still had its uses. One of the larger rooms was made into a barracks of sorts should they even be too tired to just go home. It had bunks, a kitchen, a TV, and a couch. But none of that mattered at the moment. Earth release. Sphere of graves. Jirobo growled out. Using chakra work and his strength, the orange-haired teen lifted a large round chunk of ground above his head with ease. Seeing this, Naruto blinked. Oh dear! They had been sparing in an out-of-the-way training ground now that his chakra had been unsealed, but after a while of not being able to hit the blonde, Jirobo started getting more and more into it to the point where he started going all out. They were a good distance away from each other, so when the teen hurled it at him, Naruto leapt back while quickly grabbing one of his explosive kunai and threw it. Ram, rat, bird, boar, tiger. He thought to himself as he flashed through the seals before calling out, "Ninja art. Kunai shadow clone jutsu." The one kunai turned into a dozen, which stuck into the flying earth and exploded, causing the sphere to break apart with chunks pelting the trees around them, while the larger ones left large tracks in the grass or broke branches. But to his surprise, through the smoke from the explosions came Jirobo with a simple straight punch aimed for his head. He didn't really need complex styles and stances to fight. He knew some good styles, but with his great physical strength, Jirobo could use a simple strike with devastating effects. Dodging to the left, Naruto lashed out with a kick to the back of the larger teen's thigh, causing him to drop to that knee just long enough to end their match with a kunai against the jugular. "Good work," he told the teen as he removed the blade and holstered it. "Your chakra control is getting better after your imprisonment." Anyone who wore chakra suppressors for more than a couple days often found that when the things were taken off, their chakra control was off whack for a while due to not being able to use chakra, then having complete and total access, causing mayhem with the part of the mind that helped them subconsciously mount chakra for anything. "Keep on training while I'm gone. You and the others will be taking a few missions too," he said while frowning. He'd been assigned a mission outside of the village to guard some movie star while she made her next movie, and he'd be leaving the next morning. Now, it wasn't the fact that he was assigned a mission that annoyed him. Far from it, actually. It was the team he'd been partnered with. "I'm done for the day," he told Jirobo as he turned to leave. "Kabuto will be taking command while I'm gone, so tell him to get a jump on that paperwork. I've got a mission to prepare for." Our mission is to guard Yuki Fujikaze, the actress best known for her role as Princess Gale, Kakashi told Sakura and Sasuke as they sat across from the director in the busy movie studio. All around them, men and women were moving things, packing them into boxes, organizing them, and so on. In all, the whole place was the definition of organized chaos. The short old director silently smoked a long pipe while two other men flanked him, standing on each side. "Guard?" Sakura asked with a raised brow, wondering what could happen with a movie crew trying to shoot a movie. "Well," Kakashi mused while rubbing his cheek, "maybe not guard, more like escort." The younger of the three across from the ninjas had a script rolled up in his hand, patting it on his shoulder slowly. "The next Princess Gale movie is the first one we're shooting abroad, and He stopped shortly to shoot the other man next to the director a look. "I don't need to tell you that our leading lady is a bit of a diva." The man he'd been looking at frowned a bit. "Sorry," he told them. As he was Yuki Fujika's manager, "I do apologize." The director hummed and blew out a ring of smoke. "I'll tell you," he spoke out loud. "Those Leaf Ninja are pretty impressive, especially that blonde one. He took out those stunt men turned bodyguards we hired like it was child's play, and those are some big fellas. Kakashi thought about it and sweat dropped. He'd sent his 2 genin to see the last Princess Gale movie as a way to familiarize themselves with the upcoming mission, but for some reason, the third Hokage's grandson and his 2 friends showed up accusing Sakura of getting them into trouble, and that they now had to look around every corner fearing that they'd be attacked as payback. Deciding to help his student, he offered to let them go see the movie too, seeing that he had a few free tickets from the movie makers due to them taking this mission. Afterward, when they left the theater, Konohamaru and Ko found the group of bodyguards/stuntmen chasing after Yuki on horseback and decided to help the woman just as they managed to catch her. Of course, 3 barely trained academy students were no match for the large group of men, one of which was about to hit the boy for attacking them. Flashback. "You little punk!" one of the armor-wearing men yelled as he held Konohamaru by the shirt. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Ignoring the sense that this had happened before, Konohamaru tried to escape but failed. Kicking the armored plate of the man's torso only made him angrier. "Just let me go, dumbass." "Yeah, let him go," yelled the orange-haired girl with the snot-nosed boy nodding. The man raised his fist. "Oh, I'll let him go all right after I teach him about respecting his betters." Without warning, a black blur appeared in midair next to the armored man and lashed out with a kick that sent him to the ground, the black metal mask bouncing down the dirt road next to the other armored figures. Konohamaru soon found himself free and scrambled to his savior, only to pale as he saw Naruto standing there with his arms crossed. At first he didn't know whether or not to feel relieved that said blonde saved him or to worry that Naruto saved him, as the teen still had an issue with them from selling him out for candy. Deciding to go with relief, he continued his previous action and hid behind the teen. "Boss, you saved me," he cried out with a small grin. "That was so cool." Naruto gave him a small look. "Don't try to kiss ass. I'm still annoyed with you. The only reason I stopped him is because I own all 3 of your asses until you work off your betrayal." The 3 quickly found themselves questioning whether or not an ass-kicking was worth it or not. Naruto vanished in a blur of speed. Seconds later, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, and the now free Yuki found every armored man laying in a pile, moaning in pain or twitching with dents in their armor. Flashback end. The only reason he knew about it was because he'd been passing by at the time. But Yuki's manager had seen the whole thing and was so impressed that he went to submit a specific request that the blonde teen join them. And of course, that teen just so happened to be Naruto. Yuki's manager, an old man with dark gray hair, small round glasses, and a thick goatee whose name was Sandayu-sama, looked at them then glanced around. "Speaking of ninjas, where's the other guy?" he asked, noticing that the blonde he requested to join them wasn't there. Sakura and Sasuke looked confused. "We're the only ones," the girl stated, only to look at Kakashi with a questioning look. "Right, sensei?" "Well, not anymore. Mr. Sandayu requested that another ninja join us?" This time Sasuke spoke to ask, "Who?" X. Naruto sneezed, blowing a small mist of spit through the air in his living room as he leaned back on the couch. Someone must be talking about me," he mused while rubbing his nose, referring to the myth that you only sneezed out of nowhere when someone was talking about you. Anko's head popped up from his lap. "Maybe you're catching a cold," she hummed before grinning. "I hear that the best way to get rid of one is to sweat it out." Slowly placing his hand onto the top of her head, Naruto pushed her back down onto his cock. "Then let's get back to business, Anko-chan." The next morning, Naruto went to the movie studio where he was to meet the film crew to find them nearly ready to leave. They still had a few things to pack for the trip, but were still ahead of schedule, so they really weren't in too much of a rush. He met the director and the actress manager, Sandayu, the one who requested that he join the team on this mission to escort them on the trip. But the man didn't stay too long. He left saying that he was going to get Yuki. "Hey kid," the director called as he lit his pipe. "I heard about what you did to the stuntmen a while ago. You've got some skill there." Naruto nodded. "Thanks, but they'd better be happy that I beat them." He mused slowly, which made the director raise an eyebrow. "Oh, and why's that?" Naruto glanced over to the man just as he was taking a draw from the pipe. "Because the brat that we're going to hit was the grandson of the third Hokage," he said while inwardly smirking as he watched the short old man choke on the smoke he'd been inhaling. When the old man finally caught his breath, He started to say something only for Sandeu to run over